To everybody, and welcome to the 2002 virtual annual meeting of the KWPN-NA of North America. We're glad you were able to join us. We have put together an exciting and educational program that will interest all factions of our organization. I'd like to give a special thanks to the AGM committee for all their hard work in putting this meeting together. That included Sandy Harper, Megan Daguerre, Linda Waltz, Dan Rudiger, Caitlin Hammer, Judy Reggio, 100%. Kelly Sasson, and of course, Liz Van Gordon. Special thanks to Liz. She did all the videoing of the farm visits. She edited everything. She put together the full futurity. And I think you'll really enjoy what she's put together. She's done a very special job. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Megan, who is the chairman of the board of directors, and we will start this meeting off.
Thanks, Anna. Welcome, everyone. I'm more of an ad-lib person, so I'm not really going to read anything. Sorry, I'm not that organized or professional. I just want to also thank the AGM committee and the MC committee and the board of directors. We're all volunteers. Everyone put a lot into the KWPN-NA for the last year and every year. And also Liz, who is like our right-hand person. She takes care of everything. She makes sure we dot our I's and cross our T's, and as far as, you know, what we need to do for things like the meeting and everything. So we just love having Liz on the team as well. So thanks for joining us. The rest of the board members, in case you don't know everybody, there's Joe Severance. He's the vice chair, and I'll probably pronounce people's names wrong, and I apologize. Sandy Harper, she's our treasurer. She does a fantastic job. Judy Reggio, she's our secretary and has been for a very long time. And Anna Beal, who is amazing. She is in charge of a lot of committees. She takes on a lot of work. We really appreciate her. She just takes on a lot of responsibility. So thank you. Special thank you to you, Anna. Roy Mayer and Wim Casimir. So that's our board, in case you don't know us. So thanks to everybody. So I'll just go to the next slide. Kelly, please. And also, I forgot, I want to, sorry, real quick. I want to thank Kelly and Drew. They run the office and they do an amazing job, and they put up with all of us. And every time we ask for something at the last minute, they get it to us. So thanks, you guys. I wanted to not forget you.
Thank you.
So we haven't had Currings, as you know, so that saved us a lot of, which is very sad, a lot of money. But so we have a very solid bank balance at this point, which is a great thing. Sandy will go into detail over, you know, all the details of where we are financially. Last year, because we couldn't have the Curring in person, we pivoted and did a virtual full futurity. We had over $7,000 in prize money, and it was really fun and quite successful. So we were very happy with that. And I think our members were. We hope so. Okay. We also just ran our most successful stallion service auction ever. It was amazing. And Tracy Geller, who was the chairman of that committee, and she organized most of it, she'll go into the details. But we, as you can see, raised over $57,000. Which was 20,000 more than last year. And last year was our top auction until this year. So that was pretty impressive. Last year in April, we had our silent auction. We did it online because we didn't have the in-person meeting, and that made that just blow up. And we made almost $20,000 in that. So all that helped our bank account. We also have ramped up our affiliate stallion program. And this year we added 17 new affiliate stallions, which that helps our members, gives them more options that they can see stallions that they can breed to and get register A papers. And it has been a really nice addition to our breeding program here. Registrations are doing really well. They've gone up 11%. We had 767 horses registered in 2021, that's a lot of foals, which was fantastic. Our membership has gone up. We're now at 1,046, which is a 3% increase. So we're very happy about that. We like to get more members, more people involved. And we are happy to see the organization is growing. We actually hired Liz on for a second year. She is moving back to the Netherlands, which is really sad, but she can do so much virtually. And so, and we're very happy she's agreed to keep supporting us and working for us. So right now, that's about all I have for you guys as our highlights. I'm going to let all the different committees go into the details, and we'll take your questions as they go. You can type them up and send them in chat, and then Liz will ask them at the appropriate time. She'll ask us the questions, and anything we can't answer today, we will get back to you on. Just keep that in mind. So right now, I am going to turn it over to who's next. I'm sorry, Tracy. Tracy's gonna go over the stallion service auction and the MC, the members committee. So there you go.
Thanks, Megan. I will start with the stallion service auction because that's the order that our slides are in. So we wanted to express our gratitude to everyone that participated in our really successful auction. We had a very complete selection of quality stallions to bid on, thanks to our incredibly generous donors. Our auction committee did a fantastic job recruiting donations, organizing the website, promoting the auction to the public, and the back of the house work. Can't forget that, to collect the payment, notify winners, donors of the results, and we appreciate everybody's work on that and everybody's participation. Excuse me. Stallion owners that donated, they received their choice of a half-price activation for their stallion the year after the auction, or a free membership to the NA. If they don't choose to activate, as well as the promotion during the auction, advertisement in our annual handbook, and a unique and special thank you gift. We had 64 lots offered for bidding this year, with 79 total stallions participating. We had 37 jumper stallions, 33 dressage, 6 harness, and 3 gelders. They were offered as either fresh, frozen, or a couple of ICSI breedings from some very rare stallions. Our auction raised $57,893. Funds raised in the auction are put to good use for our membership, and that includes educational opportunities, member awards, and also our new foal futurity, which we started this last year. As Megan said, we awarded over $7,000 in prize money to the owners and the breeders of the foals. And you'll get a chance to see a lot of those babies later today. It's our hope that we can continue to grow the futurity program, offering larger paybacks as it grows in popularity. We also have decided that because of the amount we raised this year, we're going to increase that payout to $10,000 for next year. So everybody that is eligible or wants to participate, make sure that you bring your foals to the curring, and you enter them. There will be forms and whatnot. So keep an eye out for that. Excuse me. We have a few other perks to our auction bidders. The highest bidder gets a free foal registration, and the top scoring foal that's produced from a stallion service auction breeding participating in the 2023 curring tour will also win a cash prize award. So that should summarize what we did with the auction. And again, thank you to everybody that participated. It's a really important fundraiser for us. So then you can go to the next slide, Kelly. let me hold on. I'm gonna move my windows here so I can see everything. All right. So the next committee, I'm gonna do the members committee update. I'm Tracy Geller. I'm the chair, and we also have Cheryl Mayberry, who is our secretary, and she's also our Canadian representative. Kathy Hickerson, Erica Sense, and Carly Fisher, and that makes up your MC committee. And let's see, so I also want to recognize the team of people that worked really hard to put our meeting together. They've prepared some really special presentations that we're going to get to watch. And it's my hope that everyone leaves today a little bit wiser, feeling proud to be a part of such a great group of people, and with renewed enthusiasm for the KWPN horses that has brought us all together here today. So that being said, our accomplishments for the MC, we launched a webinar series to offer education to the membership. We're trying to feature industry professionals, and topics have covered items that we hope are interesting to the members, including confirmation ideal to the KWPN performance horse. We're planning one for currying, how to, and preparation. We've done a marketing seminar. We're also going to be doing reproduction, photography, nutrition, genetics, and other topics that might be of interest to everybody. So please be sure to watch our social media and e-blasts for the coming dates, and also check our YouTube channel for the recorded webinars. We also assisted with the stallion service auction and the silent auction fundraisers. We did assist with the virtual full futurity that's just taken place. Also, we expanded the year-end awards program to include qualifying entries in the performance hunter and jumper divisions. We act as ambassadors for the KWPN horse and the KWPN of North America. We collected nominations for the special awards that will be announced later this afternoon. We helped to moderate the Facebook members page. And I also wanted to remind people that we do have our annual silent auction coming up. It's going to be held March the 26th through April the 3rd. It will be online again on the 32 auction site, and we will publish the links to that once it's ready. We are presently accepting donations of all kinds, goods, services, lessons, breedings, whatever you feel like you want to donate. We are a 501c5 nonprofit, so your donations are tax deductible. We have an easy to fill out form for donations, so please get in touch with us if you'd like to be included. Lastly, we have positions that are going to be opening up on the MC and the board of directors, and we are currently accepting letters of interest for those positions. Please contact the members committee if you're interested to learn more or apply. And that is what I have, and thanks everybody for being here, and I'm excited for everybody to see all the really cool presentations and chat later on in the happy hour.
So I think now we're going to move on to Sandy. She has her financial report. She is our treasurer and does an amazing job.
Yep, thank you. I just unmuted myself because I started talking without it. Welcome everybody, and I just want to let everyone know I'm always happy to report when we're really doing well financially, and at this point we are. So here we go. Okay, Cal. Okay, just this little sheet shows our revenue and expenses. The first column in yellow is the whole year to date for 2021. The next column is the 2021 budget. So we always compare how we're doing on our budget. When we go over, we try to limit what we're doing or figure out how to adjust it better. Then you can see the 2020, 2019, 2018, up down to 2016, down the way as a comparison. So we continue to monitor that. Our total revenue year to date is $461,870, and our year-end budget was $454,000. But so we are 102% over our budgeted goal. So that's a good thing. Our total year-to-date expenses versus the full year in budget was $288,466, and we expected to spend about $421,500, which turned out to be actually 68% of the budget spending goal, and that's a very good thing. Results are a whopping $173,404 net income. So very happy to see that, and I'm so glad we're doing some good managing of the funds. If you want to go to the next one, Kelly. So this is a sheet that shows the comparison of 2021 to 2020. And as it is, we are increasing our gross profit by 18% over 2020. We can really attribute that to the studying service auction and the silent auction, which brought in record amounts. The expenses in 2021 were also less, so that's compared to 7% of 2020, and that's in a positive. With the net income of 173,404, we have 2 times that of 2020. So we've we put significant amount of money in the bank, and we're also looking forward to use this growth for further events for our membership. And actually, yeah, it'd be really great to do all the face-to-face on the AGM and the Currings in 2022 and 2023. Next one, Kelly. So in the January bank account, as of January 1st, in January 1st, 2021, our balance was 427,337. And then December 31st, 2021, a whole year later, we had grown to 607,737. So doing pretty good. We're on the right track. We're saving money. The bank account's grown very positive for the past 2 years. Once we got it coordinated with our regular payments to the KWPN. As you may recall, in years past, we had big couple year payments due in 1 year that really put us back a little, but now we're under control. We're in the process too of opening CD accounts for low risk investment of funds. So we're not all in just one account. And then hopefully 2022, we'll have our Currings again, and we'll be able to utilize funds toward those events and our awards. Next one, Kel. Okay, so this one, just so you know, you guys, just to keep track of what's going on with the sale of our Oregon office, we're sold as of the end of 2019. And right now we sold to a mortuary, and they've redid the whole thing. They decorated and everything. So they're doing well, unfortunately, but they're doing well, and they're making regular payments quite religiously. And we did collect 27,940 since November of 2019. And so that's been a good positive income. Next one, Kel. And then this slide just shows the spreadsheet for the year-to-date 2022 and compared to our budget. So based on the past 4 years of performance, we created a new budget. We do a new budget every year to adjust it to how we're doing. We're planning our Currings as well. We budgeted for 501,000 in revenue and 450,000 in expenses, and we're hoping to net 51,000 for 2022 by December 31st. So if you can look again at the column, the original column, in yellow, that's our year-to-date for February 28th, and our net income at that point is 48,720. And then, as you can see in the budget, we compare religiously to how we're doing, and budgets totally work to manage our funding. And as we turn out that we've got a little more money in some area, we start to put it into benefits for our membership. And I think Tracy mentioned that we are increasing our awards for the full and yearling futurity to 10,000 plus the entries for non SSA stallions. So that's one of the ways we're going to be spreading the wealth to our membership. And I hope everybody, I think that's it, Kelly, right?
Mm-hmm.
And hope everybody, if you have any questions, we'll have our Q&A at 11:35. So I think next up is Kelly giving an update on our office.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Station. I'm the Director of Operations here. I've been with the organization since the beginning of 2017. So I feel like I have a fair grasp. I've met many members in person and developed good relationships with everybody. I really love the organization and love working here. So far for this year, everybody should be receiving their handbooks. If you haven't already and you want a printed copy, contact the office and we will get you one. I'm currently working on the Curring Tour. The judges gave us our dates. It looks it's going to be the first 2 weeks of September. So I'm hoping that I can announce that very soon. One of the biggest things we've done is we've partnered with Honori, who supplies the clothing for the KWPN. I know some people have wanted a better choice of merchandise and clothing. So we have white polos that we'll be able to wear at our currings this year. And we also have navy cardigans. So it's more like a jacket. I kind of have one here. And there was an order form in the handbook, and each one has the logo on the back as well. And the shirts are the same. They're white with the collar and also has the logo on the back. So they're very nice quality, in line with the clothing that the KWPN has. We also have hats coming with the KWPN North America logo on it. They should be arriving probably within the next few weeks. So we're pretty excited about that. I'll have an order form up on the website, and there is one in the handbook as well. You can always call the office. We're happy to help you with that. We also have some more interesting merchandise coming. We'll be able to announce that soon when those orders get here. We still have our marketplace that's on our website. There's a link to that. She has updated the format and has you can get things customized with either our logo, and she's willing to work with everybody on that. As Sandy said, our financials are doing really well. We try to watch our spending and be able to use your all's contributions that you make to us wisely, and just keep the organization solid and be able to have a nice future for our plans. So that's kind of where we're going. I hope that maybe there'll be some good questions for us in the question and answer. And again, we're always here for you guys. Drew's unable to join us. She's going to try and join us a little later today. And that's it for the office update. So we're a little ahead of schedules, but we can go ahead and start some questions and answers. We ask that you put them into the chat. Liz is keeping track of those. I did get a question into the office about Currings, how that's going to be organized and everything. I believe we're planning a webinar that we can kind of really discuss in depth the process, how we break everything up. And I think that will be a really good educational tool that will help a lot of people. Probably one of the, especially this time of year, probably 80% of our calls coming into the office are asking questions about what class do they enter the horses in. And so I think that will be really helpful. And we'll discuss all of your questions at that time in that webinar.
Kelly,
So
I
Liz,
have a
I'll-
question.
Okay.
How can I get extra copies of the handbook is a question that is just posted in the chat by Tracy.
If you want extra copies, just give me a call. I'm happy to put them in there. If you're wanting like quite a few, we're happy to do that for you. I ordered quite a few extra this year so we can send some to the Currings. Just give me a call or send us an email and we will send you some. If it's an extra large shipment, I might ask that you kind of chip in on the shipping. But other than that, that should be covered in your membership fees.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. And I have another question from Anna. She's asking if you can update us about the status of the Curring Tour and the Curring judges. Like, what is the latest you have from them? Information.
We're still waiting to hear 100% who our judges are going to be. They're supposed to get that to us, I believe, hopefully this week. Originally, they had told us they were going to come and at the end of September, mid to late September, and into October.
You can do it from the email.
But then they came back and things kind of changed a little bit, and they said it would be the first 2 weeks. Again, we're waiting to hear exactly who they are. They are hoping to come for the North American Stallion Sport Test. That is the plan as of right now. And we're hoping, so we'll have the first 2 weeks in September, and then we should be able to plan maybe 1 or 2 occurrings before the NASST that I believe is October 8th through the 8th through the 11th in October in California. And then they go to Hilltop in Maryland for 3 days after that. And we'll plan hopefully another occurring or 2 after that. So it'll be a little more spread out, but at least we'll be getting them here for the North American Stallion Sport Test to participate in that. We planned on having them over here for that last year, but obviously travel restrictions, that wasn't able to happen.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. We have some time, so maybe someone else has also questions that you would like to ask right now while we're waiting for the next presentation. Please post them in the chat.
So Tracy just put the exact dates in the chat. It's October 8th through the 10th at Polly Rich Farms. That's in California. And then October 12th through 14th at Hilltop in Maryland. Does anybody else have any questions right now?
I think Caitlin has one. Do you see it?
Yep,
Liz?
I have 2 more questions. No, 3. So Kelly, I'm going to ask you, and if someone else wants to chip in, that's fine. The question from Caitlin is, what is the status of the KWPN-NA with the NASST test? Are they going to be a part of the judging team, and will they recognize the test? Do you have more info on that?
I believe their plan is to come and participate. We actually had some stallions lined up to participate in an NASST last year that our judges were going to look at. They still will require the pedigree approval. And from my understanding, if a stallion is a 4-year-old going to the NASST for approval, they have to have at least either been signed up to be licensed by a stud book or previously already been licensed for a stud book. So in our scenario, our stallions would present at one of our occurrings. And then if they were to be licensed at the occurring, they could go the next year to do the performance test. And there's still a lot of extra qualifications for our licensed stallions to move on to full approval. They have to present foals at inspections. They have to be competing up to a certain level. But our hope is that eventually, once those licensed stallions have reached all of that, they can be looked at for their character test at the NASST. But yes, they are planning on coming here and participating. If they were looking at another stallion from an outside registry, that stallion would still have to pass their pedigree approval, the KWPN's veterinary requirements that we require. But they can look at our stallions that have been through all of those processes and see them there.
I'll just interject on that real quick. I have been talking with the KWPN about the stallion test, and they are definitely planning on going to both of them. I'm not sure exactly which 2 judges or if it will be 2, but Hank Dirksen will be one of them likely. We'll plan a couple occurrings around those dates to make the trip more, feasible and financially. But yes, they are planning on it, and that will get developed more once we know what stallions are entered that are KWPN stallions.
Thank you, Megan. I have another question. Will the 2020 fall yearling futurity be held at the Currings? I think Anna means the 2023, but
No,
All
I
of
think
the-
she means
What I meant
2022.
was, oh, sorry about that. There's a little typo. The 2022, this year's full.
Yeah, this year. Yeah, sorry.
This year.
Yeah.
Yes. Will it be held live at the Currings or will we be doing it virtual again?
Or
No,
both?
it will be live at the Currings. We will take the scores that the foals and yearlings are awarded at the Currings and use the judging that way. We would love for people to have videos at the Currings, maybe even plan to have videographers at the Currings that we can still put little clips of them, especially if you have a site champion or obviously any of our top 10s that we would love to post on our YouTube channel the way we did with the Futurity. But as far as the scoring for the Futurity, that will come from the scores that the foals and yearlings receive at the Currings this year. So it will be kind of in conjunction with our top 10s, but it will only be the horses who have signed up for the actual Futurity. But yes, that will be based on our in-person Currings.
Okay.
Also, on those horses, they have to be North American bred and foaled. So that takes, some of the top 10 might be imported in utero, or they might have been purchased and brought over. So that's makes it a little bit separate from the top 10.
Correct, yes.
Question for you, Megan. If it's brought over in utero, but born in the US, is it still considered a US?
No,
Okay,
it's not a US bred. It was born in Europe, bred in Europe.
Bred.
bred in Europe. Okay.
Yeah.
I have another question. Will at-home curring tours for the US be considered for the future to help with spread out locations? Is a question that Rebecca Harris put in the chat.
I can answer that one, and that is not feasible at this time. We already have enough trouble getting enough dates to go at different places across the country. So we have no plans to have at-home Currings. We just will try to get more dates for Currings and to spread the locations around. In order to do that, though, we need hosts, so people need to apply, and they have to have the proper facility. So that's where we're at right now with that.
And there needs to be a minimum of 20 horses at a Curring, right? That's the rule we have?
We have had that rule. We've been flexible in the past. The more, the better, just to make it financially work, because it's quite expensive to pay for the judges each day and their travel. So it's just important that we get people in different locations to apply to host, but you have to have the proper facility, a safe facility, and have people to help you and that type of thing. It doesn't have to be a huge Curring though.
I think we're going to do a webinar, right, Kelly, about Curring 101, like to tell everybody like how you can be a host and what is necessary to be a host and all that.
Correct, yes. And I'm hoping to completely redo the Curring handbook into a printed document that can be sent out similar to our stallion directory. I'd like to completely reorganize and redo our Curring handbook. There's a lot of tests that seem to be missing from there. And so that's kind of my next big project to get started on, to make sure those are able to go out well in time for the Currings. But I'll make sure that everything is 100% up to date on our website. But yes, I think the webinar will be a really, it's really needed, because we still get so many questions about our Currings. And it's a complicated process. There's a lot of different things offered and different classes, and breaking down which horses go into which classes. So I think the webinar will be a really important thing that we can do for our membership.
Yeah, we'll make it a priority and do it soon.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions in the chat right now. Maybe we'll give people a couple more minutes to put in a question, and then we can maybe go on a break until like 11:55, because the next presentation will be at 12. What do you think, girls?
I think we can take a break.
Ryan Ferris is online. Maybe he wants to go earlier.
Yeah, but then people might miss it that will log in.
Right.
I think it would be nice to wait, just because I think it's an important presentation that will really benefit our membership. So yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, just keep
And
everything open and take a
fine
break.
waiting. Ryan Ferris here.
Hi,
I
Ryan.
just wanted to get online and make sure my Zoom was working and there were no technical issues this morning.
Okay, good.
Good.
Welcome.
There we go. I
Thank
logged
you.
in so I can.
Yeah, let's just take a little break and, so your presentation will start on time, Ryan. I think a lot of people will log on to see it, so.
All right, so we'll take a little bit break, come back here at 11:55 and get started with preparing for Dr. Ferris's presentation.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
All right. Thanks,
Thank you.
everybody. We'll see you in shortly.
Andrea, could you please mute yourself? For some reason, we're not able to do it.
Recording in progress.
So in the top left,
Progress.
Hello, everyone. We're back after a little break because we were running ahead of schedule. So welcome at this virtual AGM. The next presenter is going to be Dr. Ryan Ferris, and I would like to give the word to Dan for announcing something more about Dr. Ferris. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Liz, how are you?
Good, thank you.
I'm excited to introduce Dr. Ryan Ferris. He is really an incredible vet. I'll talk a bit about his background. He is a DVM, Master of Science, and he's a diplomat of the American College of Theriogenologists. He is really a top reproductive vet in this country that's asked to speak both nationally and internationally. He graduated just north of us from Washington State University. He did his residency at CSU, which is well known for being a wonderful equine reproductive university. And he also received his Master of Sciences in Clinical Science from CSU. He passed the board examination for theriogenologists, and he is sought after, throughout Europe, throughout the US, to speak on breeding management, on ET, on ICSI, problem mares, oocyte aspiration. He's basically one of our foremost reproductive vets and therios in this country. So we're really happy to have him today. A little personal stuff. I know him quite well. He's also he's married, has a great wife. She is also a vet, equine lameness. He has two cute, and I might add, very precocious kids, his daughter Mackenzie and his son Callan. Anecdotally, I will tell you this. We helped to recruit Dr. Ferris up to the Oregon area where he started his clinic, Summit Equine, which focuses on reproductive, equine reproduction. And ever since we've had him here, our conception rates, our pregnancy rates, and all the other things that he's done for us to help us with our mares and our foals, we've had so much success with him. So that's why I offered him to this organization, thinking we couldn't get a better speaker. Hopefully next year we have our annual meeting, and hopefully it will be here. That's the plan, at least right now. And I think Dr. Ferris will have the opportunity to go much deeper into some of the subjects that he'll talk about today. A great guy, a great friend, and also a wonderful vet. So without further ado, Dr. Brian Ferris.
Dan, thank you for that wonderful introduction. Hopefully I can live up to all those comments you just made about me globally here. So this is an interesting topic, right? You know, ET or ICSI, which one fits your program? And I think there's a lot of options here. And we're seeing a lot of changes in our industry, both in warm bloods, quarter horses, other breeds as well, of how they're taking advantage of this technology. And both of them have some uniqueness to them. We can go to the next slide, please. All right, keys to success for either of these programs, and really for any breeding program, is get an open discussion going with everyone involved. And there's sometimes conflict in this. I find as the veterinarian, I'm almost playing the middle between the owner's wishes to potentially get some foals on the ground from this mare, the trainer's issue to make sure that this mare is going to certain shows and what her schedule is, the grooms, other veterinarians, whether that's sports medicine, general practitioner, my side on the reproduction side, getting them all involved. And I'll give you some examples. We work with show mares quite frequently in our program. These mares may come in and either my wife or the sports medicine veterinarian may want to do certain procedures on that horse. And we may have to shift those a little bit based on the breeding management that's ongoing for that horse. So, you know, just getting everybody in the loop on this to help optimize success is one of the keys, and probably one of the hardest parts of getting all the breeding going. Next slide. So what are our options? Embryo transfer is an option, oocyte aspiration is an option. And I put this slide up mostly to make sure to mention that there are future technologies coming down the pipeline all the time. And I don't think anyone could have predicted the explosion of ICSI happening as it has in the last few years, and how it's gonna change the industry globally. And you know, there's gonna be new technologies coming up. So while these are the main technologies right now for assisted reproduction, some others have fallen off the list and others will be added in the future. Now, I think we all probably know what embryo transfer is. That's the relatively simple process of taking a in vivo created embryo, and by in vivo I mean the embryo was created in a mare, and transferring it into a surrogate. Now, the second option here, there's a lot of different terms used for this, oocyte aspiration or ICSI, and just to break down that jargon just a little bit, oocyte aspiration, also called oocyte pickup or OPU, this is the actual process of collecting the oocytes from the mare to have something done with them. ICSI is the actual process of fertilizing that oocyte. It stands for intracytoplasmic sperm injection. So as the name suggests, that's where we actually take a single sperm and inject it into the oocyte to create an embryo. So lots of jargon that's used here. It does change a little bit around the world. I would say here in the United States, most people are calling the whole process ICSI, when ICSI is just one step in it. In Europe, I know OPU is a much more commonly talked about process, and ICSI is just the one step in it. So a little bit of jargon differences depending on where you're located around the world. Next slide, please. So let's start with embryo transfer. Why do embryo transfer? One, for performance mares. We want to get foals from these mares, but also want to be able to keep them in performance and not have them have a period off while carrying a foal or raising that early foal. Subfertile mares that have had issues to become pregnant or carry a pregnancy to term. These mares could have medical issues such as laminitis that prevents them from carrying a foal themselves, or sometimes it's just simply we want more than one foal per year. So for some mares, we may have a list of 1 or 2 stallions we're breeding to for embryo transfer, and then we're going to turn around and breed that mare to carry her own pregnancy. Now, the keys to success for embryo transfer, it involves a lot to happen in your mare. She has to have normal oocytes. She has to ovulate normally. She has to have a normal oviduct. She has to have a normal uterus, a normal cervix, a normal caudal reproductive tract. All of that can be managed as well, but pretty much we need all of that to be normal to have good success at recovering an embryo from that mare. Next slide, please. So the typical schedule for breeding mares, and I bring this up just because this does impact our performance horses, is that, you know, when we first start working with a mare, she's going to be, from our first examination to breeding, is going to be somewhere 0 to 10 days, depending on where she is when she walks in the door. Once the mare actually ovulates, 7 to 8 days later, an embryo recovery is going to be performed. And then finally, if an embryo is recovered, we'll know the status of that embryo in about 4 to 7 days. So that means these horses have to be somewhat, you know, out of performance or available for about 14 to 16 days in total, which can be hard with a highly competitive mare that is showing regularly. Next slide, please. The embryo recovery process takes about 30 to 60 minutes. It's a relatively simple process. A catheter is passed through the cervix. A cuff is inflated, creating a seal against the uterine side of the cervix. And then media is flushed into the uterus. And then that little embryo, about the size of a small piece of sand from the beach, will float up into that fluid and then be recovered back out of the mare. Usually that fluid passes through a filter. That filter is small enough to catch any embryo or oocyte that would happen to be in the uterus. And if we go to the next slide, and then hopefully this is what we see when we go to search for an embryo. So usually for embryo transfer, for global success, you know, we expect, depending on our semen type and availability, we expect to recover an embryo about 60% of the time. Now, that odds of success will increase with multiple ovulations. We have an opportunity to recover multiple embryos, as you can see here. This particular donor gave us 2 embryos to have transferred into 2 surrogates at that time. Next slide, please. So then a couple other caveats with embryo transfer and some things that we're seeing changing in the industry. Some ET facilities have recipients on site. Some owners may have their own recipients that can be lined up and managed with the donors. And then finally, an option that I think is becoming more and more common in the industry is shipping embryos to a regional recipient herd. We're seeing this pop up throughout the United States of instead of having multiple small herds of 20 to 40 recipient mares, we're starting to see rather large herds of 3 to 1,000 horses to be used as recipients. And really those facilities have full-time veterinarians that are doing nothing but managing recipients and transferring embryos. And that is really their specialty is embryo transfer. And so it is changing things. The good news for the industry is oftentimes that has kept costs down for the management of these recipients, as the cost is spread out over hundreds of mares versus just 30 or 40. Next slide. Some of the advantages of cooled transported embryos, it's easier and less costly than having to ship your donor all the way to the recipient, to be near the recipient herd. It allows utilization of distant facilities and expertise. It is very common in the US and around the world to ship these embryos quite readily with equal transfer success rates compared to fresh embryos. Next slide. Now, I'm going to throw a little bit of a tweak in this program of not all the management needs to happen in one facility. So for instance, a mare could be showing in California and maybe she's done on Tuesday, but has other horses from the facility that aren't going to be done for another 7 days or so. She could, while she's at that show, be potentially inseminated and ovulation confirmed. Then she could travel home with her group of mares and have the embryo recovery done at another site. And then that embryo could potentially be shipped. I put in here that the embryo recovery would be done in Oregon. And then that embryo could be shipped to Florida, for instance, for transfer because someone is buying that embryo. So it takes a lot of communication to organize all of this, but there are some options rather than just having your mare at one dedicated place to do all of the procedures at one time. And if you're going to consider something like this, I would encourage you to get all the facilities together on a phone call to help with the communication, because a communication breakdown in a hectic organized plan like this can be a recipe for disaster. Next slide, please. So can my mare continue training while breeding? This is a common question, even while we're doing embryo transfer. And in a review on this topic recently, you know, it's kind of a mixed group of results. And there's been some published data that has shown that exercise, either limited or full exercise during the breeding and embryo recovery period, can decrease embryo recovery and recipient pregnancy rates. Now, this group of data was taken from a group of quarter horse mares that were put onto a panel walker for a set exercise period throughout the day. And so is it exactly what we're seeing in real life? After that publication came out, a group out of, I believe, France published some conflicting research that showed they were comparing on their facility, their horses in training versus their broodmare band, and comparing embryo recovery and recipient pregnancy rates, and showed no difference. So I think it depends on the situation. And again, having that conversation with all involved, I kind of like my broodmares to get a little exercise and move around. I think it's healthy. It's healthy for all of us to get a little exercise. So I think having them get some exercise during the embryo breeding and waiting for an embryo recovery is a good thing. Usually I ask clients to back down maybe the level of training just a little bit. I don't want to see this mare dripping sweat while we're trying to breed her and recover an embryo, but getting out and getting some light exercise is fantastic. Next slide, please. So we're going to switch gears here a little bit, and we could talk about oocytes and oocyte pickup and ICSI for hours. But I've tried to cut it down to what are the individual nuances and a little bit about the technology, what to expect for success, and what does it look like to do an oocyte pickup procedure if you haven't seen it before. So with oocyte collections in the horse, it is approved by most breed registries. I always suggest to owners just to confirm that, yes, this is allowed. It's widely accepted by the industry and is commonly performed by many veterinary clinics around the United States and around the world. We're seeing it here in the Northwest becoming more and more common every year, to the point that we've rearranged our schedules this year to actually have 2 days a week dedicated to doing oocyte pickup, and most of those days are filled with mares. There has been a lot of discussion about this technology and that some stallion owners may limit its usage. I think a lot of this is getting worked out over the last couple of years as the technology is understood. Just to understand why that may be discussed with frozen semen breeding, most likely we're going to use at least a full straw, if not multiple straws, to breed a mare to carry her own pregnancy or for embryo transfer. Where with this technology, since we only need a few sperm to fertilize the eggs, a single straw of semen could last for many years and potentially be used for dozens of fertilization opportunities. So that allows that semen to be spread out over numerous mares and potentially generating numerous offspring from that single straw. And I get both perspectives on that, from the stallion owner's perspective and the mare owner's perspective. And I think, again, it comes down to communication, that if we communicate what our goals are with the stallion owners, usually I've seen most of them allow us to use this technology. Now, the photo you see in the lower right here, that's the actual ICSI procedure. That's an oocyte being held by a vacuum pipette there on the left. And so that holds it in place. And then the little black line that you see on the right side of the image, that's the actual injection pipette. So that would enter into that oocyte and push one single sperm out into that oocyte, essentially fertilizing it at that moment. Next slide, please. And you may have to click again. I may have some of that text set up to show up slower. There we go. So what patients are we aspirating? Well, when this technology was first invented, we used it mostly for older subfertile mares. So these would be mares that we can no longer recover embryos from or obtain pregnancies for, and that may be due to some sort of abnormality in that mare's uterus, oviduct, or ovary that's preventing normal fertilization and early embryonic development to occur, where we could recover a traditional in vivo or in the mare produced embryo. So that's where this technology all started. It's now shifted to where we're doing more and more younger fertile mares. And the reason we're electing to do that is that we're oftentimes using stallions that have limited semen. There may be only a few straws left in the world, a stallion that's passed away, or has very poor quality semen. Because again, we only need a few sperm to actually fertilize that egg. We can get away with using a poor quality semen with the ICSI procedure as compared to traditional breeding. We've also seen a surge in convenience with this. The timing can be done at certain intervals, roughly every 10 to 18 days, and an oocyte pickup can be performed. And so because of that, and it also can be somewhat scheduled on demand. And so especially for show horses with a busy schedule, those mares could have a date set already scheduled with us in April, that they'll come in, they'll be dropped off the night before, oocyte pickup performed the next day, and then they'll travel back home the day after. And then multiple embryos. I think this is what everyone's hoping for, is that, you know, if we happen to get 20 or 30 oocytes from that mare, are we going to get 20 or 30 embryos? And it's possible in some mares, and we'll talk about that towards the end of what to really expect for success in this technology. Next slide, please. So for this technology, you know, really the mare subfertility that we deal with the most with this technology is that it's not going to compensate for poor oocyte viability. And if you click one more time on that slide, please, I think another picture is going to show up. Thank you. So as those two images appeared, on the left is a normal equine oocyte that is ready for fertilization. On the right would be an older mare's oocyte that's degenerate. So even though this technology exists, we can't overcome poor oocyte viability at this time. And so really, that's kind of the cool part about this technology, is that we can overcome a lot of reproductive pathology in the mare that may prevent her from getting pregnant or donating embryos. But this is the single limitation for this technology. The other limitation is the mare has to have follicles to actually collect oocytes from. So if you look at these ultrasound images, this is a left and a right ovary. They're hard to see, and potentially they're small on your screen, but those little black dots are follicles. This mare has a total of 3 follicles. So there's not a lot of opportunity to collect very many oocytes. At best, oocyte collection rates per follicle are roughly 50 to 70%. So in this individual mare with 3 follicles, at best, we would be getting 1 to 2 oocytes from that mare, and the odds of producing an embryo from that are going to be quite low. Next slide, please. There's many factors that affect oocyte quality. Poor body condition, which we don't see very often, stress, various drugs, both known and unknown. I would say there's probably more unknown effects of drugs on oocyte competency than known. Levels of training, mares in really heavy training can have some issues with oocyte quality. Environmental temperature, we know that when it gets well above 100 degrees outside in Fahrenheit, we're going to start seeing a drop off in oocyte viability. And then probably the one that's been documented the most and well understood is age. As mares age, they fail to line up the chromosomes appropriately in their oocytes, and this results in embryonic loss, both not only during the in vitro culture of those embryos, but also after transfer into a surrogate. So these are all the factors that we're trying to deal with and overcome and manage in our donor population. Next slide, please. And actually, if you can click it once more. There we go. So this technology initially started with the first one of a maturing follicle, and this would be a pre-ovulation follicle. So this technology started with the fact that we would collect these oocytes just hours before a natural ovulation would occur. And so we were relying on the horse's body to mature those follicles. Now, the great thing about that is if that oocyte is collected, it has the best chance of actually producing a viable embryo in that session. But the problem is we're only going after one individual follicle. So as time has went on in the last few years, we've seen this technology change to really the last one there, small follicles, where we collect every single, we put a needle into every single follicle in the mare's ovary, collecting every oocyte possible. Now this oocyte pool that we recover is going to be at different stages. Some of those oocytes that we recover will be very immature and may not move along in the process well. Some of them are going to be just perfect, and some of those oocytes are going to be atretic or dead, and those follicles were actually regressing in size. And so, but the advantage of this is we can collect numerous oocytes from these mares, and then that increases our odds overall of producing an embryo in that individual aspiration session. Next slide, please. So this is a couple pictures of the actual process. If you click on that ultrasound image, I believe a video will play. There we go. So this is an actual ultrasound video during an oocyte collection. That's about a 15-millimeter follicle. That solid white line that you can see running into that black filled space, that's the actual needle. It's a double lumen system, so we can push fluid in and vacuum out and vacuum the fluid back out of the follicle at the same time. And so what we're doing is scraping the wall of the follicle. You can potentially see that needle moving around and spinning around in the video. And what we're doing is scraping the wall of the follicle to release the oocyte, and then we're infusing media in to wash that oocyte and pick it up and recover it back out through the vacuum line. And so we'll continue doing that. Each follicle takes about a minute or two to effectively scrape it and hopefully recover that oocyte. And then hopefully what we see here is the image on the right, filled with various oocytes to actually be fertilized. Next slide, please. These are a couple images of my team performing oocyte aspiration. So the mares are sedated pretty heavily for this procedure. So a ultrasound probe is placed in the vaginal vault of the mare. We then pull the ovary back to the cranial vaginal wall, and As you can see on the ultrasound screen, that allows us to see the follicles and on the ovary, and then we push the needle through the vaginal wall into the follicles to allow for the oocyte recovery process to happen. So a lot of technology that goes into just a simple photo here. Next slide, please. So just other images here. That's my wife, Dora, on the left. And you can see in her hand, she has a syringe. So she's using that to flush the follicle. So she's watching on the screen as well as we go through this process. And then all those lines are hooked up to a beaker that actually is recovering the fluid back for us. So it's a pretty routine process, happens quite readily. Next slide, please. So the question is, what is the global success of ICSI or oocyte pickup? What do you expect? And this is some data out of Utrecht University out of Holland. Dr. Tom Stout presented this at a national meeting here in the United States in 2019, talking about their global success. And it started off with, so just to start with, greater than one blastocyst is generated in 70% of OPU sessions. And to break that down just a little bit of success or failure, there is a stallion effect on success, but there's a more significant mare effect on success. And we've noticed that same exact trend in our program, that there are certain mares that every time produce at least one embryo, if not multiple embryos per session. But there's a population of mares that it doesn't work well in. So while 70% of mares produce a embryo per oocyte session, 30% of mares fail to produce an embryo. And so we'll start with the positive ones. If you produce an embryo in your first OPU session, the odds of success in the future stay around that same 70% for future OPU sessions. If you fail to produce an embryo in 2 OPU sessions, success falls to 30% per session. So it does seem like the mares are driving things in those groups of mares that success is not as good, and we've had difficulty with. Switching stallions did seem to improve global success, but never brought it back up to that 70% range. So what this is telling us is that there are some mares that, for whatever reason, this technology does not work well on. Now, this group tried to go back and look at why does this technology not work in some mares? And so they tried to get history on those mares of, were they barren? Did they have a hard time recovering embryos from? Were they all old mares? And really could not find a single predictor of why some mares are successful ICSI candidates and others are not. Now, I know with Facebook, and I'm guilty of this as well in our clinic, no one likes to post the failures, right? We usually post hey, we recovered 30 oocytes from this mare, and look, we generated 6 pregnancies. And I had a case in here initially and was worried about not leaving enough time for questions. That would have shown exactly that. We had a mare that came in that we got 30 oocytes from, and we produced 6 embryos from this technology. But that's great. Those mares do exist out there. But the general expectation is from each OPU session to expect to produce 1 blastocyst 70% of the time, and recognize that some of the mares out there are just not going to be good candidates for this technology. One other topic with this that I don't have slides for, but I'll just put out the comment right now. The question often is asked, well, what if we get multiple embryos? Can those embryos be frozen? And the answer is yes. These embryos freeze very well compared to in the mare generated embryos. Transfer success rate is about 5 to 8% lower for frozen ICSI embryos versus fresh ICSI embryo transfer. So it is pretty darn good globally. So yes, these mares can have embryos frozen and then banked for future transfer at other times. And that has changed the technology a little bit as well, in that oftentimes in the fall, this fall, we had about 10 mares come in that we did repeated aspirations on. We generated a bank of embryos from those mares, and then those were all transferred and are currently being transferred at this time to develop pregnancies. So it's filled with lots of questions and whatnot. And I think at this point here, I'm going to open it up to you guys to ask questions. If you want to go to the next slide, I always just thought this was a rather cute photo. This is from my time at CSU. That's a little tiny quarter horse foal that's about 2 months of age, and that's a 10-day-old draft horse foal standing next to it. And that draft horse foal weighs about twice as much as that little quarter horse foal. So I just always thought this was the cutest photo as they're like looking at each other.
Thank you, Dr. Ferris. Is it okay if we go to some questions that are posted in the chat?
Please.
Okay, the first one is, if a competition mare is on regimate, does she have to come off to do oocyte collection?
It's a great question. Typically, no. Oftentimes those mares would, I will say globally in my program, I would say no. They do not necessarily have to come off regimate for the oocyte pickup procedure. Some other veterinarians might have a slightly different opinion of that. But I would say in our program, we will aspirate those mares while on regimate with no change in embryo production rates that we've observed.
Okay, thank you. Another question I got is, what is the current status of superovulation protocols in the horse?
The current status is, I've kind of quit talking about it in most of my lectures. We need equine FSH. The horse, unfortunately, does not respond to the cattle FSH that's available or the human FSH that's available. And I know of 2 groups that have tried to bring a recombinant version to market. It hasn't happened yet. If we can get recombinant FSH, when I was at Colorado State, we were part of a phase 1 clinical trial with it. It worked beautifully. It will cause superovulation to occur, but no one has access to that drug at this time.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. Aren't we promoting the propagation of subfertile mares and stallions in using these new procedures?
It's a great question. You know, I don't know if I have a solid answer for it, because that's the question that we get asked as potentially veterinarians all the time is, we have this problem mare that no one else can get pregnant. Can you get her pregnant? Or can you get by with a partial dose of semen? And are we making things more difficult for ourselves and future generations? It's a great question, and one that over a glass of wine we could probably debate, but I don't think anyone has a solid answer of saying that necessarily, are we selecting for more fertility problems in the future or not?
It's a little bit of an ethical question, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, thank you for answering it. Another question, can you in general discuss the costs of ICSI versus ET?
Yeah, so general costs, you know, depending on where you're located and whatnot, but to do a aspiration session, submit the oocytes to a laboratory for fertilization, win or lose is going to be roughly $2,500 US. That may be a little less in some areas, a little more in other areas, but that would be a pretty good average across the United States. And so that's kind of what to expect in a cycle. Now, I would expect for embryo transfer to be a little bit less expensive than that. Now, some of the advantages with oocyte pickup is oftentimes we don't even have to ship semen to the lab. The semen may already exist at the lab and be available for use. So there can be some other cost savings to it. One of the bigger expenses that we do see with oocyte pickup is that oftentimes, because of the number of recipients that have to be lined up for fresh transfer, a lot of recipient herds do charge an extra surplus for lining up recipients from anywhere from $500 to $1,000 per mare for ICSI generated embryos versus traditional embryo transfer.
Okay, thank you.
And so I'll add in one more comment with that. Kind of a general guideline, I would say, for most of my clients, the number I use to manage a donor, get an embryo, and get a pregnancy in a recipient, going to be roughly $7,000 to $9,000. For ICSI and whatnot, you're probably looking more like 10,000.
Okay, thank you. I've got two more questions for you, and then I think we have to wrap it up because the next presentation was planned at 12:35. With ICSI, is the procedure physically difficult for the mare? Does it cause her discomfort? If she's a sport mare, do you give her some time to recover from the ICSI procedure? Like, is that important?
It's a fair question. Some of these mares may be uncomfortable after the procedure, be mildly colicky. Usually most places manage these mares pretty effectively with some pain relief during the procedure and after. So we don't see that commonly, but it can happen in some mares. And usually what I ask is, so if we aspirate the mare, I'll just say today, Saturday, that on Sunday she would be given off from work, and on Monday she would go into light work, and then by Tuesday could return to full work.
Thank you. Then the last question for now, if that's okay with everyone. What about a mare that has passed away and they are able to harvest her ovaries and ship to a clinic? How time critical is that?
Extremely time critical. And so with that, that is an option that we can recover oocytes from deceased mares from their ovaries. And so really, when you think about it, the moment that mare dies, those oocytes are starting to degrade in that tissue. And so the faster we can get those ovaries out of the mare, and then ideally the oocytes out of the sorry about that. Let me see if I can get back. That's a breeding center calling me to tell me I have semen coming in this afternoon. But the faster we can get those oocytes out of the ovary and available to be starting to be put into culture media, the better chance of success. So, you know, if that was to tragically happen that you lost a mare, the faster you can get everything organized and get the ovaries at least out of the mare first, and then secondly to a facility for recovering the oocytes from the ovaries and potentially performing the ICSI procedure at that facility is the best outcome globally. And usually I recommend to clients for this because people ask, well, what if we get 50 oocytes from the ovaries? You know, can we split that between two different stallions? Usually I recommend to my clients that pick the stallion that you want the most. And if you get really, the odds of success on deceased mare ovaries is to produce one embryo. If you get really lucky and you get a couple embryos, at least it's from the stallion that you would like. And I will say success rates with deceased ovaries definitely go up and down based on why the mare passed. The best success is a mare that's running across the field and breaks a leg. Usually we're able to recover, produce embryos from those ovaries. Mares that have been sick, underwent colic surgery, and then are put down, we normally don't have as great of success for those individual mares.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ferris. That was a great presentation. We have a lot more questions, I'm sure, but we're short on time today. We really look forward to having you at Dan's, at the AGM that's going to be at Sonnenberg next year. And hopefully you can give us a longer presentation because you have a lot of really interesting stuff to say.
Yeah, and I look forward to doing that, and maybe we could even have it as a little bit of a roundtable discussion of what do you guys want to know, right? Like, and I'll be kind of set up there on the spot of hopefully being able to answer all of your questions and go through it. So if there's specific topics in this area that you guys have burning, please forward them to me before next year, and I'll make sure that I'm ready to address them to the best of my ability.
Okay, great. We'll take you up on that. And thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. We know you're very busy, and that was an excellent talk. So thank you on behalf of the KWPN-NA and all of our members.
You are welcome. And I don't mean to run. I would normally sit in on the rest of your meeting just to learn more about what's happening, but I have more mares to breed.
Okay, great. Have a great day and lots of success with that breeding.
Thank you, guys.
And now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is going to be Hank Dirksen from the KWPN. He's going to go over the 2022 KWPN, the selected stallions that made the premium ring, which is always really fun. For those of you who didn't get to meet Hank at the 2019 meeting, or was it 220? I'm sorry, at DG Bar Ranch. I think it was 220. Hank came to that meeting, which was really fun. And he's also been on a currying tour here in North America. Hank is a full-time inspector for the KWPN in Holland. He's been working with them for over, I think it's now 22 years. He came full-time in 2010. He is an inspector for the stallions. He's on the stallion committee at the Stallion Show. He helps select the stallions at the pre-selections for the Stallion Show. He also judges the mare test, the EPTM test, which are really another cool thing that we'll have to talk about sometime. I know I'm rushing and not saying everything about Hank. He has a long list of accomplishments. His family, he comes from a long line of breeders. His family, they've bred approved stallions, Grand Prix jumpers. He did that with his father. He's done that with his wife. He's bred quite a few stallions that are competing at the top level of sport and also are approved stallions. We have his full bio in the program that Sandy made up, and that's posted on our website. It's posted online at the different links. So I think it's worth taking a look at that. You can see all the great things that Hank's done. He's also has come to the currings. I think it was in 2019. He started doing the tour with Bart, and he will be back in 2022 for our currings this year. So without further ado, I introduce Mr. Hank Dirksen of the KWPN.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Also for the invitation to talk about the Stallion Show this year. For me, I think it was 1 year ago with the annual meeting. I was talking and seeing you. This is a long time. Hopefully this year I can come to you with the tour in September, October, and hopefully we can also come in October for the stallion test. You know, last year we would come, but yeah, we had some problems with the corona. So hopefully next year we will see you. We can talk about horses. Now, last in 2021 we had an online stallion show. It was all with the corona. This year it was a long time question what we can do. It will be the big stallion show in Zetterbosch. Then you can come from the USA and Canada. But in I think around 1 January, Piet Peters, the director of the KWPN, made a decision together with the board. We did again the online stallion show. This year it was already much better. The owners and also the breeders were there, and other people looked online with Click My Horse and also KWPN TV. I will tell you something about the premium stallions and also a little bit about the selection from the jumpers and the dressage stallions. And then we show the videos of after that we show the videos of the premium dressage and jumpers. Mr. Figon van Beest would tell you something about the harness horses, but very shy. He had to go to Ireland for his job. Dus also I tell you a little bit about the harness and gelders horses. Now we start here with the stallion show, the first sheet. We had a successful online select sale. I don't know if there are stallions sold to USA. We sold to Ukraine. We sold to the whole world. It was a good auction. We were very happy. With the jumpers, we had 5 premium stallions, and with the dressage, we had 4 complete premium stallions. Now, we will show them so on the videos, and I tell you something about the pedigree and also the conformation, and also about the walk, the trot, and the canter, and how we are thinking about that stallions. Second one can show Kelly. Now, and this year we had the dressage and jumping. The first selection was this year in the first week, the last week of November and the first week of December. You can show the second one. Now we had the second selection. We started on the Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday was for the jumpers. Friday, Saturday for the dressage. And also on Saturday, we had the harness horses. And on Friday, we had the gelders horses. Wednesday, we had 2/3 of the second round viewing jumper stallions. But there was only selection of the jumpers. On the second day, we had also the final of the stallion competitions. Now, we did them free jumping. And after free jumping, the stallion committee says yes or no. They go to the presentation, and in the presentation, they are all selected for the stallion test. Hello?
I think somebody needs to mute.
It's okay. It's
Go
already
ahead.
better.
Sorry.
And also on Wednesday, we had a lot of studio items and awardings. Just for the people at home, it wasn't very interesting program. Next one you can show now. On Thursday, there was the last group second round viewing for the jumpers. We had also the presentation of the selected stallions, presentation of the premium stallions. Dus there were stallions from the Wednesday and the Thursday. They come back for the jumpers. And also we had studio items and awardings. It was very interesting. We had also the presentation of the jumping stallions. The jumping stallions, they were approved last year in 2021. And it was very interesting. We had also the stallion competition jumping again. Last year we hadn't that, but yeah, we were happy we can do this year again. You can show the second one. And then on Friday, there was the dressage stallions. It was also like the same on Wednesday with the jumpers. 2/3 of the second round viewing dressage stallions we had on Friday. We had the presentation of the selected stallions. We had a presentation of the select sale stallions. Dus the stallions who were sailed were all on Friday. We had also studio items again on Friday. We had the presentation of the stallions approved last year. And we had a very interesting show from the road to Grand Prix. Marianne Dorestein, you know her. She did also clinics for you. She did it. And for her, it was the last time she did the stallion test. She's doing now the mare shows. And also we had the Gelder horse stallions on Friday. And the second presentation, we can tell you something about the Gelder horse stallion selection and which stallions are selected to the stallion test. Now you can see the next one, Kelly. On Saturday, we had also continuing this second round viewing for the dressage stallions. We had the presentation again. We had the presentation of the premium stallions and also studio items we had. And on Saturday, we had also the stallion competition for the dressage stallions. And very nice was it, we had again the harness on Saturday. Last year with the Corona, we had in I think April, one day for the stallion selection for the harness horses. But this year we culminated again with the big stallion show. Now the next one you can show. Now we go here to the invitation and the second round viewing. This year for the jumping stallions, we had 87 stallions in the second round. That is 48% of the total we had in the first selection. In 2021, we had 93 stallions in the second round. Dressed stallions were this year 84 stallions in the second round. In 2021, we had 88. Now we can show the next one. Gathering extra information. Now it is very important we are selecting stallions. There's not only we look to the conformation and jumping and moving. It's also very interesting. We had information about the fortune dam lines at the considering stud books. Dus between the first and second selection, we ask a lot of information from other stud books, and we are looking from information from the FAE and also from other countries. A lot of information we need about the dam lines, about the stallions. And we are also inspection of the mares. We are in Holland. We are not on the mare shows, dus the VB and Register A dams and also the Fortune Real Estate mares. We go look them to the farmers and we make a report for the stallion committee. Dus they know what is the mother of the stallion. If the mother has some problems with the legs, or that can be a problem to select the stallion to the test. And inspection stud book dams when mark confirmation is less than 70 points. It can be a mare who was on the mare show when she was 3, but she had 60 points. And you think why she had 60 points? Mares like that, we go also look again, and yeah, you see what's the problem. She had no 70 points. 70 points, that is the points they need for the stair predicate for confirmation. So that's the reason when they have no 70 points, we can look again. And the other mares, when a mare is a stair or a cur mare, the mares like that, we go look them and make a report when the stallion is in the performance test. And also we do it when a stallion is comes from Germany. Like 2 years ago, we had Lowlands. Lowlands you bought here. And the Lowlands is now to the Iron Spring this year, hobby. But I went to Germany and looked to the mother of him and make a report of him. It's for us very important for us to have all the information of the stallion, but also of the mare and the dam line of her, to give a lot of information to the breeders. We can go to the next one, Kelly. Now here we see information about the mother, the predicates of the mothers we were selecting. You see on the left side the predicates of the stallions who were in the second round. You see 11 dams were the predicate stair, 8 mares were Portugal cur, 7 cur mares, and you see it on the right side. That's the predicates of the selected stallions. Now we go to the next one. Here you see the sport results of the mothers of the stallions who were at the stallion show. On the left side, you see the high of the mothers who were to the second round. And on the right side, you see the high they are jumping in the sport or for the selected stallions. Just as for us, also interesting is the mother in the sport, what she did in the sport, what's the high in the sport she did. This information like that is also very, very important to select the stallion. Now we can go to the next one. This year they ask us to select around 45-50 stallions to the stallion test with jumping. Now we selected 50 stallions to the stallion test. I think we did a good job. From the 50 stallions, 24 were KWPN registered. 9 KWPN registered with a register A. That means the father is not approved by the KWPN. It means it's a Sangersheide stallion or a Belgium approved stallion or a Holsteiner stallion. And then 17 were stallions from other stud books. Now we can see the next one. This is the 17, the not KWPN registered stallions. You can see is a lot of interesting dam lines. You see Aska, Canturano, we had a few Carreras. Was also interesting, this year we had 2 Chaco Blues. Of 1 Chaco Blue and 1 Chacoon Blue, one by Cicero, Contagos, is very important stallion at the moment, Cornet Obolensky, 2 my Emeralds, 8 Toulon, Halifax. I think Emerald is very interesting. At the moment, he's very high on the split book of the stallion rankings. And in Holland, we have a son of him. Thus, we are very happy with 2 sons of him in the stallion test. We had also 1 heartbeat, Comme il faut. We show him next when he's a premium stallion. Also 1 by Lucy Eclipse, 1 Oklahoma, and 1 United Touch. These are all stallions which were not registered to the KWPN when they were a full. Now you can do next one, Kelly. And the fathers with multiple selected stallions. Cape Coral had the most stallions selected to the stallion test. 3, Baltic 2, Carrera 2, Contargos 2, Emerald 2, Heracles is a young stallion. It's by Katoki. He showed us a few good stallions on the stallion show this year. Was also in Germany, had some sons on the stallion show, was good. Nixon van Meulenhof is a brother of Emerald. He had also 2 sons. And 1 United Touch. We had 2 sons to the stallion test. Here the question is Cape Coral. Has he a full brother in USA? I don't know. In Belgium, he has a full brother. He's approved there to BVP. But I don't know he is a full brother in USA. But he's not approved at KWPN Cape Coral. But I think he's a good stallion. He jumped on 150 level himself. Last year, he had a son. He was also approved in the stallion test. And in 2021, he had a lot of good 5-year-old children in the Blom Cup. And 2 years there before, he had the most daughters on the National Mare Show. Dus I think Cape Coral is not approved KWPN, but I think it is a good stallion. He's breeding very well. Now we go to the next one. Then the sons of the young stallions. This means the E, Y, and K. That means the young stallions. They had the first offspring on the stallion show. You can see Impressive is 1 selected. This is selected to the 2nd round. Yeah, we had 1 Impressive. And Yesta, Ipstar, also Chardonnay. Jensen 1. Jukebox had 2 sons. And Kanan, the champion of 4 years ago, had also 2 sons in the 2nd round. Now you can go to the next one, Kelly. Then the sons selected to the stallion test. Impressive VDL had 1 to the stallion test. Also Ipstar. I think Ipstar is an interesting one. You see himself here. He's jumping now up 150 level with Bas Moorings. And Ipstar, I think, is very interesting. His dam line is really good. Maybe you know Ralph Chester. He was one of the best 7-year-old horses in Holland. I think we talk about 2005. And he was sold to the USA. And he was jumping on Grand Prix level. And after that, he came back to Holland for breeding from the family Moorings. Also, it's Otto, is a son by Etulon, had 1. Jensen had 1. And also Jukebox. I think Jukebox is also a good stallion. He sold for 50% to the stable of the new bondscoach of Holland, Jos Lansing. He's happy about Jukebox. He's jumping himself very well. And also last year he had a approved son. And now also we selected 2 sons of him to the stallion test. Okay, go to the next one, Kelly. Now here have the 5 premium stallions from this year. We will show them you saw with the videos with the 2nd round, the jumping. The first one was the Cape Coral Cardento Corland. Then the 2nd one was 1 by Carambol Dantos Mermus. Then 1 Heartbeat, 1 Nixon, Mosito van Hellehof Tornes. And I think the Nixon is also interesting, but his dam by Mosito was last week in the web auction from VDL, and he was sold for $200,000. And the last one is also interesting, is 1 Sirocco Blue VDL, a million contender. And his sister was also sold in the web auction. And his mother, the A Million Mare Oklahoma, brought also the approved stallion McCall sister. We approved last year. He was by Nico. Now we go to the next slide. Then the last year, we selected 55 stallions to the stallion test. There are around 45, I think, on the stallion show, but some were selected to the stallion test via the Blom Cup, that's the sport or some were selected under the saddle. Total from the 55, 37 were tested in the stallion test, 22 were approved, and 5 older stallions were approved. The first one was Defender VDS, it's a son by Dominator. Second one is Mr. Cornet de Regoire, is a son by Cornet Obolensky, also a very good dam line. Is the dam line of Joris de Brabander. Then my favorite was approved. And then McAllister, I told you all about, his brother was this year a premium stallion, the stallion by Sioko Blue. And the last one is Messini de F, he's a son by Canan. Then we go to the dressage stallions. Last year, 39 were selected to the stallion test. Of this year, 25 QWPN paper, 7 with a QWPN paper, but not approved QWPN fodder. Then we go to the next, Kelly. Then we had here a list of the not QWPN registered stallions. We had one by Dantes Junior, one Examilo. You see here the list. I think this is very interesting dam lines, but also the fathers of the stallions is also new blood lines for the QWPN. Dus hopefully they come in the stallion test and they do the good test so we can approve stallions like this. Now we go to the next one. Then the predicate from the dressage mothers. On the left side, you see here the list from the for the mothers of the second round. You see 12 mothers were star predicate, 5 Portugal cur, 2 cur, 49 had elite mare, 25 were preference, and 10 had a prestatie predicate. And on the right side, you see the predicate of the mothers from the stallions who are selected to the stallion test. What you see here, when you compare it with the mothers of the jumpers, that the breeders of dressage horses go mostly to the mare show. They like more predicates than the breeders of the jumpers. The breeders of the jumpers go more to the sport. They want a sport mare, or they said it's for me not important to the mare show. There's a little bit of problem in Holland that a lot of breeders only do the sport and they don't go to the mare show anymore for the jumpers. Now we go to the next one. Then you see here the high of the sport from the mothers. We had stallions on the stallion show. You see here on the left side from the high from the mothers in the sport, from the mothers in the second round. And on the right side, you see here the mothers of the stallions who were selected to the stallion test. Now we go to the next one. Then the fathers with more stallions in the sons. Oh, it's okay. I understand. I go back one. You see, just Wimboff had 4 stallions. All at once had 3. Clocks Toto 3. Kingston, he covered, I think, 1 year in Holland, and he did the stallion test. And after that, he was sold to Blue Horse. He had also 3 sons. Escamilo had 2 sons. De Peron had 2 sons. For Ferrero, 2 sons. For Romans, 2. Seeker 2, and also Totilas. Now we go to the next one, Kelly. And you see here a list of the young stallions. These are the stallions we had the first offspring on the stallion show. You see Iconic had 1 in the second round. I'm Perfect 1. Impel Santos had his first sons. He had also 2 sons in the second round. You see here just Wimboff 7, Kaiserville Tino 1, Kilimanjaro had 1, and Kingston Blue Horse had also 3. Now we go to the next one. Then the selected 1, 2 from the young stallions. You see here Impel Santos had 1, Wimboff 4, Kaiserville Tino had 1, and Kingston Blue Horse. We were happy about it. Offspring, we had also 3 sons selected to the stallion test. So hopefully we will see them back in the stallion test and they do the stallion test so we can approve of that stallions. We go to the next one, Kelly. And then here you see the premium stallions. The stallion committee selected this year 4 stallions to the premium ring. We had 2 sons by All at Once. We will show you. All at Once Negro Crack C. And then the number 2 was the All at Once Dafino. You see him here on the picture. And maybe you know, I think you know Mr. Andreas Helstrand. He bought this stallion before the second round for 50% from the breeder. And last week I saw a video. One video, he was now under the saddle. Yeah, it was very, very, very good. And I heard next week they will show him in Denmark on the stallion show. And then the third stallion was the son by Escamillo Ferguson. Was also a good horse. And the last one was won by Vivaldi D-Day. And this stallion is a full brother of the approved stallion Vitalis. This was also interesting for us. And especially this year, there was one trainer. That was Marcel van Manen. He trained all these stallions. Dus the 4 stallions were trained by him. And 3 horses, stallions of it, the 2 sons of All at Once, and also the Vivaldi had the same breeder. And that's Mrs. Willeke Bos from Stable 104. She bred all of them. Dus that was great for her to have it, 3 stallions in the premium ring. Now we show the next one, Kelly. Then the last year, dus the selection 2021. Total, they selected 45 stallions. We see it here in Holland. From the 45, 25 were in the stallion test, 17 were approved, and 2 older stallion were approved last year. That was Merlot VDL. For 2 years, he was also a premium stallion. He's by Bordeaux. And the last one was Mauro Turvorst. He did a very good stallion test. And that one was also selected 2 years ago. Mistake. Now we go to the videos. I think this is very interesting. Hopefully I can... wait, can you wait for one? When we show the video, can you wait, Kelly? Oh. I will tell also something about the pedigree and how about the jumping. Now we start with the first jumper. It's the son by Cape Coral. I told you something about Cape Coral. Cape Coral. This video is a little bit slow now, Kelly. I don't know.
Yeah, we tried this earlier and I noticed the full screen was a little sketchy. I'm going to let it go back to the smaller screen if everybody's okay with that. It has a smoother video. We tested this earlier and noticed that it was a little sketchy. So I'll try to get this go back to the smaller screen and play it.
It's okay.
If I can do that.
Yeah.
Nope. Dang it.
Now we see here the son by Cape Coral. I told you Cape Coral is by Kornet Obelinski. He jumped himself on 150 level. This year we had 3 sons of him in the second round. This was interesting. And all 3 were selected to the stallion test. And this one was the premium stallion. His mother is a Starmare by Cardento. Now, Cardento we know is a very good stallion. He jumped on Grand Prix and also Olympic he did with Peter Eriksson from Sweden. And at the moment, I think he's one of the best breeding stallions in the world. He's very high on the sire ranking of the WBFSH. The mother of him jumped, had good points with free jumping on the mare shows. He had 80 points. The Grandam is a preferred prestatiemare by Coriano. Coriano is by Corrado. And then we see Aldato. Aldato is by Nimerdor. And then we see Rigoletto Farm. We talk about the Obalina dam line. It's a very good dam line of the north of Holland. And what's also very interesting is his Grandam brought the horse Dino by Fingino. He's jumping 1 Grand Prix level in Ireland. He brought a 150 horse by Karen Bol, a 140 horse by Catino, and also 150 horse by Bostique, Golia. Golia is jumping with Marlon Zanotelli at the moment, and also 135. Dus we talk about a very good dam line. A lot of sport in the dam line. We like the horse. He has a height from 1.65 meters. It's a young horse. We like the conformation. He showed a good canter also in the first round and the second round. Maybe it can be better. Like last year, we had the second round in Ermelo, and we had one side, you see the side after the fences were closed. And we think the stallions were better with jumping. A little bit, it's not perfect now. You can see the confirmation. But this horse has a good canter. He jumps with good reflex. He had a light feet canter, and also he jumped with a very good technique. Front leg was good. His body was good. He's very shy. The video is not perfect. You can see here the last time he jumped also with a lot of scope. And in Holland, we talk about suppleness scope. And this horse showed suppleness scope. He was very intelligent. He was looking to the fence, jumped with good reflex, good technique. And I told you on the first day, we had we had 58 stallions on the first day and 29 on the second day. And on the first day, there was the only stallion. He was selected to the premium ring. You can see him here. It's a horse with a good conformation. And also, when you're looking, it's a 3-year-old stallion. Sometimes you're a stallion and you see he is 3, but he looks like 10. You see him here for the last time. We were happy about this. So hopefully he will come to the stallion test. Now we go to the second one. Show the second one, Kelly. The son by Carambo. And this is interesting. Carambo jumped on Grand Prix level with Willem Greven. He's coming here, the Carambo. And Carambo jumped on Grand Prix level. And also he had some offspring on Grand Prix level. And this year with the stallion show, Carambo get the predicate Keur. So on Thursday, Carambo with the Keur stallion. But before, his son was also selected. And I think this also very interesting. Is by Carambo. His dam is Dizzy. It's a daughter by Dantos. Dantos is by Cantos. And Dantos is of the same dam line like Sadok. Sadok was jumping in USA with Hab Hansen. And then we see in the dam line the stallion Mermus, and then Nimidor. And the Nimidor mare is the mare Jolaris. She's a very famous mare in Holland. And then we see Notaris Marco Polo Corridon. And it's also a very good dam line. Also the approved stallions Schullet, Hard Touch, Kempinski, and also Fidel Kalmar are of this dam line. This is a very good sport dam line. The offspring of this, the start of this dam line started in Ireland, and there was a veterinary in the north of Holland. He imported the mare in the 60, 70 years, and then he was breeding with that mare, and that mare brought 2 daughters by Corridon, and Corridon was a thoroughbred, and one mare is the dam line of this one, and the other Corridon mare is the dam line of Gran Dorado. This is a very famous dam line in Holland. There's a lot of sport horses. So we were happy about this dam line. And this horse is also a horse with a good conformation. In the first round, he jumped with good reflex, good technique. And also in the second round, he was much better. That was the reason we give him also a premium. And after the stallion show, this one is sold to the international rider Willem Grever, together with the big handler Teus van der Brink. There's 2 important people of Holland bought the stallion. Dus that means they like them also. This is Karambol, Dantos, Mermus, Nimidor, Notaris, Marco Polo, and then the thoroughbred Corridon. Oh yeah. Thank you very much. Dus you see him here, and good neck, good head, good shoulder. You see here the body of the horse.
Hank, would you like us to try and fix the connection? We might have some ideas how we can make it a little bit faster or less like, like that it breaks up. You want us to try? You're muted, Hank, so you have to unmute yourself. We horen het geluid niet, ja.
Yeah.
Do you want us to try and fix the internet, like the connection for the videos, or you say it's okay like this?
Yeah, it's not good. I don't know what last year Kelly showed also, and that was good, but I don't know the difference between last year and now.
Are these links in your presentation to a website somewhere where the videos are posted, or?
No, I have the actual videos embedded in the PowerPoint, and when I put them to full screen, it's making them sketchy. But if I could go in and change it to their, but they'll be small, it would be a smaller video within the PowerPoint.
Shall we try that, Hank? So we take like a couple minutes. We'll take a couple minutes break just to try and fix it so everybody can see.
Yeah. You can do it, Kelly?
Yes, I can. Just give me about 2 or 3
or
minutes.
Is it better, or is better you show now the harness stallions, and then after that we see all the videos?
Okay, because I can, just give me 2 minutes and I'm going to go take the full screen option off of all of the videos.
Okay.
Sorry, everybody. It's just a little
2 minutes.
technical glitch.
Okay, let's just wait.
We have 3 left in this
So this is,
third group. Here
you all
comes
tell me if
number
the video is better,
30.
but it's small.
Gaan door met hengst nummer 30. Nummer 30 komt binnen. Nummer 30. Nummer 30 bij de motorkant over de top. Zon van Karambol. Aan de merrie van de Dantos HBC. En dan Mermers R. Fokt geregistreerd op naam van Raven Sporthorses BV in Noordbeek. Mede geregistreerde HJ Braat in Wenum Wiesel.
Can we turn the sound off, Kelly, of the videos?
Number 30 now, over the top.
Yeah, hang on.
Yep.
Is that better?
Seems a little better.
Is that okay, Hank?
Yeah, it's okay.
Go
All
to
right.
the PowerPoint.
Sorry about that.
Kelly, can you go back to the PowerPoint?
Can you not see it?
No, we just see your screen, like the background.
We see your family, you and your boys.
Oh, something is really messed up. I'm sorry. Hang on.
Others, Kelly, we show it also with the sound, and after that we talk about a little bit.
Okay.
But the video was not good for me. I don't know what you are seeing.
It is good for you?
Yeah. Then we do the confirmation after that, and I think it's also good we do the first one again.
Okay.
You can do the Cape Coral also again.
Yeah, I can go back. Okay, now do you see the PowerPoint?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you look it.
I think the
Okay,
video
this
is
the
better
first
now.
one, is that correct?
Yeah, the video is not well.
And are you see the video?
Yeah.
My screens are completely messed up, so I can't see what you all are seeing. So there you go.
Yeah.
No.
Now here we start again.
Okay, go.
So it's good, I think. You see here in the front, the pedigree was not perfect, want the Cape Coral Cardento Coriano. And in the presentation, they said Corland, but it's no problem. This is also, again, the first one is the Cape Coral Cardento Coriano Aldato. This is Oletto Farn of the famous Obelina dam line. It's a very good dam line. Comes from the north of Holland. You see a lot of good jumper dam lines come from the north of Holland. But this one, and also with the second one, we will see. So the mother was not a big mare. I think around 160, 161. This one is 165. The high is a little the problem of the dam line of this one. We had two sons of this dam line and also by Cape Coral. And the other one was also selected to the stallion test. It was Cape Coral, Caratino, and then Aldato Rigoletto. Aldato was by Nimidor. Nimidor Lady Killer. He comes from the VDL stud. And he was jumping on Grand Prix level with Emil Hendricks. And we know Stal Hendricks, Stable Hendricks is also the owner of this one. And the father, Cape Coral, jumped 150 classes with Michel Hendricks and Peter Keunen. It's a Cornet Obolensky. It's a Cornet Obolensky son with a very good conformation, but also with a good technique with jumping. Now you see this one, he has a very good canter, elastic, good balance. The balance is for us very interesting. When we look to the young stallions with free jumping and free moving, it's very important they have a good canter, a good balance, light feet canter. And for us, this one showed that. He can go from the left side to the right side. Now he's starting now. First time he's a little bit nervous, but you see on the last one, he is also much better than on the first one. On the first one, he was a little bit stiff, but that's no problem. You see them. But I told you about Cape Coral. Last year, we also approved the son of him. He did a good stallion test. It was Cape Coral now or never. And last year, that was 2021. We had a lot, you see him here, good technique. Technique was good, the reflex was good. And we had a lot of good children and Cape Coral in the national competition, the Blom Cup in the final. The last 2 years, we had the national championship for jumpers and the place from Jan Tops in Valkenswaard. That's very great. Hopefully we go there also this year. I think this year it will be the last days, the first days of September. With the offspring was really good from Cape Coral, but also the first mares we had in 19, we had a lot of daughters of him on the national mare show. Were mares with good conformation, correct hind legs or front legs, but also suppleness in the with jumpers. And we like that. We talk about scope, but what is scope? Scope is that a horse can jump a big fence. And also you see here, the oxer, he can jump forwards. And for us, the second selection, we jumped not very high. We jumped, I think, 120, 125. When you compare it with Germany, you jump 30, 140. That's very high. That's not important. We jump a little bit wider. Just the oxer you see here is a little bit wider. And then you can see how is the scope of the horse. You see him here on the big oxer. He jumps upwards and he can jump forwards. And that's very important. He shows a lot of scope. When you see after the oxer, he lands. Yeah. No, this was a little bit normal this time, but the oxer before was really good. Then he jumped with a good technique and also with a lot of suppleness scope we talk about in Holland. You see him here as a stallion with a good conformation, a nice head, good neck, good body, good loins, good croup for us. We like croup like this. And also the stallion was really correct. You see him here. It's also a horse with a suppleness body. That's important here. You see it here. He's very suppleness in the body. And that's very important for the selection of the jumpers. You see a horse with a suppleness body. He can work with the body. And then you can see this one. Here that was the repeat. I think that was good, eh? It was really good on Oxford. This is one was a little bit normal, but then we go to the next one, Kelly, the Carambo. We start again with the Carambo. Now, this father Carambo jumped on Grand Prix level with Willem Greve. Last year, he was winning with Willem the Nations Cup in Barcelona for Holland. And Carambo has a lot of offspring in Grand Prix level. Carambo is by Cassini Concerto. Carambo was imported by Mr. Jan Greve and Gratis Post to Holland. And Willem was riding him from he was 4 years old. And he jumped for really good. His offspring is good. And this year, on a Thursday night, we gave Carambo also the Curb predicate. That's for stallions who are breeding very well. Dus they had to breed some offspring in sport and the sport results of his offspring is really good. The mother is by Dantos. Dantos is by Cantos. The dam line of Dantos is also really good. It's the same dam line of Sadok von Hap Hansen. He was in USA. He was doing very well in the Grand Prix and also World Cup finals. And then we see the stallion Mermes. Mermes is by Burggraaf. He comes from the breeding farm Stable Rulas. And then we see the mare Yolaris, and Yolaris is by Nimedor, Notaris, Marco Polo, Corridon. That's a really good sport dam line. And I told you before, the mare, they started with breeding these dam lines, come from Ireland in the 60, 70 years. He was from the veterinary. You see him here, he starts good. And the breeder covered the mare 2 times with the thoroughbred stallion Corridon. And Corridon we see also in the dam line of the stallion Nimedor. And this dam line is really good. One Corridon is the dam mother of the dam line of Gran Dorado. And the other one is of this dam line. And also the proof stallions Gullet, Hard Touch, and also Kalmar VDL come from this dam line. And the stallion was at the stallion show, then he was with the owner. But after the stallion show, he was sold to Mr. Willem Greve, dus the rider of the father of this one. And also to the big handler Teus van der Brink. Dus that means 2 important people bought the stallion. Dus they were also happy about this one. On the first selection, he was jumping good. But we think in the second round, he was much better. See him here is good. Hind leg is good. And also a horse with a good body. Good back, good loins. And also a nice head. You see it's a nice looking horse. And also the canter is an easy canter. It's not so for jumping you need horses with a big canter, with an easy canter. You see him here and he's looking, he's jumping simple. Yeah. Jumping with a good body, good technique, good reflex. Thus we were very happy with the Sunday Carambo to select to the stallion test, and also he was a premium stallion. And this dam line we had the other stallion, there was Jukebox, and the mother was by Toland Air, and then the Nimedor mare, dus the third dam of this one is the second dam of that one, and that one was also selected to the stallion test. Here, front leg was good, hind leg was good. So we are happy to select 2 stallions to the stallion test of this one. See him here, easy canter, good balance. And also again a suppleness body. I told you before that's very important. A horse has a suppleness body. And that's also for the dressed stallions, there must be suppleness in the body. Then they can be a good sport horse. But also a horse with a good conformation. Always nice to see the stallions back after the stallion show, and then it's important what they will do when we see them under the saddle. But you see him here, this is also good. Here, good length in the body, good shoulder, good neck. Also the walk and the trot, very suppleness in the body. You see him here again. Here, it was really good there. A lot of scope, and also the suppleness scope we see here back. We selected this year also stallions with good canter, but also with suppleness scope. We think that will be a very important point for the next generation. Then we go to the third horse. This one is by Heartbeat. Heartbeat is by Heartbreaker and Ramiro. Heartbeat was from KWPN, but he was sold to Denmark and there he was approved. A few years ago, he was for a few years to Zangersheide. And the mother of this one is an elite mare by Comefo. And the mother did a very good mare of IBOP. 86 points, that's very high. And the grandam of this one, Early Grey, jumped on 150 level. And she's also the mother of the KWPN approved stallion G-Star. He's by Big Star. He's jumping on 140 classes now. And the stallion I'm a Star, he's by E-Star and he's jumping 145 level. And the grandam is also the sister of Fancy Girl. She's by Sirocco Blue and she's jumping now on Grand Prix level with Willie Tynan. But this one was also a good jumper in the first selection. He has a high from 1.64 m in the first selection and the second round 165. That's a little bit the average from all the trios, all horses we see on the mare shows, 165. This is normal for the development and for the high. You see it here also again, also a horse with a good canter, good body. Yes, we will see. We'll jump. How's with time? I see it will have to be ready, but hopefully you have time enough here. He starts good with jumping. Good technique. Front leg is good, hind leg is good. What you see with this horse, he's very powerful in the canter, but also in the takeoff with the jumping. Yeah. No. Also the suppleness in the body. And what's also very interesting, the mother of this one had 3 sons on the first selection of the KWPN. 2 sons were selected to the second round. And the other one is by Jensen. And he was also selected to the stallion test. This does also with embryo transfer. This one is born by embryo transfer. And his brother also. This the breeder of this one is the girl Alexandra van der Pijl. Maybe you know her. She's a good she can train good young horses, especially for the shows, mare shows. She did a good job, Alexandra. And she's breeding with the mother of grandmother of this one, and she does a lot of embryo transfer. And it's very nice for 3 years, and it's very good. I was at the farm and she showed me golds by Jensen. And the gold was born by embryo transfer. And she did the embryo in a big pony. I think the pony was not 150 high, but the horse is now a big one. But a lot of people tell me when you do embryo transfer, you do the embryo in a big mare. Dus you see it, she did the embryo in a Niforce pony, and she had, it was really good, but she had a stallion with a good high. That was the Jensen, and he was also selected to the stallion test. I will look. The Jensen had a high 1.67 m, and this one 165. This is interesting. We see now this is a grandson by Heartbreaker. This is now interesting for us. We have good sons by Heartbreaker in his breeding program in Holland. Now it is interesting to have grandsons of him in the breeding program. You see it also, Heartbeat jumped international. Comifo, we know, it's the Cornet Obolensky. He jumped on Grand Prix level, and Cardento. Yeah, you see this is also nice, huh? A lot of people said that jumper stallions have no good walk and trot, but you see these ones, all three of them, showed a good walk and a good trot. It's very suppleness, huh? You see here, good technique, good shoulder, front leg is good. Now we show you the two jumpers, and then we go to the dressed stallions. Then the fourth one is won by Nixon van het Meulenhof, Mosito van het Hellehof, Tornes, and then Laurenstoom. I told you before, Nixon van het Meulenhof is the son by Denzel van het Meulenhof, and Nixon is the brother of Emerald. And the mother of this one was, she was 3, was a good mare on the mare show. And I told you before, she was in sport, and last week she was sold in the WEF auction in Florida for $200,000. And last year, the mother of this one, the Mosito mare, was in the final of the 5-year-old horses in the national championship. It's also interesting, this one is also born by embryo transfer, and also the mother is born by embryo transfer. The mother is Mosito. And then you see Tornes. Tornes is by Lux Libero. He was also a Grand Prix level Tornes. And then we see the Laurenstoom mare. And the Laurenstoom mare was also a very good one. She brought also Grand Prix horses and approved stallions. This one we were also very happy on the first selection, especially the conformation. A horse with a good length in the body, good shoulder, a lot of bled in his body, but also the suppleness in the walk and the trot and in the canter. See it here, suppleness, good balance. The third dam of this one was also the mother of the approved stallion Jubileus. He's by Harley. And also the mare Aquilia. She was by Ovidius. And she jumped on Grand Prix level with Wout-Jan van der Schans. And she brought also a 150 horse by Clinton and 145 horse by Flamingo de Simile. It's interesting, the Mosito van het Hellehof, he's jumping now in Belgium. He's from Mr. Joris de Brabander. He's a son by, you're really good, good technique, good reflex. When you see the front leg, you can make a really, really good picture of this one. And also the suppleness. Huh? I told you Mosito van het Hellehof is by Elvis de Putte. And Elvis de Putte is by Diamant de Simile. And Mosito, his grandfather, is Nabab de Rev. Dus I think this can be very interesting. We have an, you see here a lot of scope. We had 3 sons by Nixon in the second round, and 2 were selected to the stallion test. And hopefully they will come to the stallion test and we can do something. Also in Belgium, BVP had good sons of him this year on the stallion show. You're really, really good. Eh? And I think Nixon, his father, was a few weeks ago also in Florida. And he was jumping there 150, 160 courses. Nixon van Meulenhof was ridden by Harry Smulders, and Harry was very, very happy about Nixon. And after that, Axel Verlooy, he was already a little bit the owner of Nixon, And now his son is riding, the son of Axel van Looy. He is riding Nixon van Meulhof. I think that will be an Olympic stallion. Really good. The technique, the shoulder, front leg. We are very happy with this one. And then see it again. The mother of this one is a really good jumper. On the mare shows, he was a good jumper. And also last year, he was one of the best 5-year-old jumpers in the national championship. Dus that's interesting. When you start breeding, start with a good breeding mare. So he's a good jumper and you choose a good stallion. Then you have also mostly a big chance to breed a good horse. So you see it like this. And so we can talk also about the Jersey stallion. So in Holland, we have a few breeders. This one is bred by Mr. Egbert Schepp. He's a big handler and a breeder in Holland. He has a lot of good horses. And last year, he's breeding a lot with his best breeding mares. And he does a lot of embryo transfer with his best ones. And you see now the results. And last year, he had, I think, 4 stallions selected to the stallion test. And I think they were all born by embryo transfer. So he says, my best mares I use for breeding. Yeah, he did. Start Kelly with this one. He takes the best one. And you see it also with this one. This one is born with the VDL stud. And the VDL is also the owner of this one. And the mother of this one, Oklahoma, had also 2 sons this year on the first selection. The other one was by a party. He was not selected to the second selection. But this one is by Sirocco Blue. And she had also a daughter by Carrera. And he was also in the WEF auction last week. And I think the Carrera was sold for $290,000. And the mother, the Emilion mare, was also a mare. She was on the national mare shows when she was 3. And she's also the mother of the approved son by Inaiko McAllister. And now this one.
Watching another round, we can conclude. We have a modern type son of the so popular for pleasure. We have a stallion jumping with a good technique. This one.
You see always this one. He has a powerful canter. It's a big stallion. It's also a stallion. And we are happy he's a son by Sirocco Blue. You know, Sirocco was jumping on Grand Prix level. But also you see now a lot of good children of him in the top sport. And also interesting Sirocco with Emilion and then Contender and then Landgraaf. Dus the Grandam, the Contender mare was bought by the VDL stud in Holstein. VDL bought a lot of good mares in Holstein. This is also interesting. And there's also the Grandam Oklahoma is a really good mare. She brought a lot of good horses. Dus that's interesting. Sirocco has a French dam line. Sirocco Blue is born in French. You see Emilion is Wellington van Nees. Is in Wellington also a Holsteiner mother. And then a Holsteiner Grandam. You see there's the combination French dam lines with Sirocco Blue. Holsteiner dam line with Emilion. And also the Grandam of this one, the Oklahoma, the Contender. And we talk about in Holstein, the breeders of the dam lines have numbers in Holstein. And this dam line has the number 104. And 104 is a very famous dam line in Holstein. There's also the dam line of Corland VDL and also the dam line of Corradina from Karsten Otto Nagel. And the dam line started, I think, in the 40 years with the Mary Retina. And Retina was in 1959, the winner of the Derby of Hamburg with Tienemann. So you see it in the 50 years, it was already a good dam line in Holstein. You see it back. This is one of the best lines. We had in Holstein a very famous breeder, was Dr. Professor Schmidt. Last year he died, but there was a very good breeder and he was breeding for years with this dam line. For years, he was starting his breeding program, and he said, I talked one time to him, and he said, I was looking and thinking, when I start with breeding, I need a good mare of a good dam line. And he thought the mare Tina was 7, and she was winning the Derby of Hamburg. And he bought a mare of that dam line. He had a successful dam line. And also the stallion Quadras comes from that dam line. Colland comes from the dam line. Klepton Video came from the dam line. You see it here also. Good canter, good balance. In the first round, the scope, I was thinking the best point of this one. And when you start jumping in the second round and you say that was the best point, we will look again. Is that also good? And we think scope was also the best point of this horse with jumping. Dus we give them also points for the canter, for the reflex. The reflex is the be carefulness, the quickness. And we give a point for the technique. We talk about the body, front leg, behind leg, and we give a point for the scope. But this one has a good point for scope. See it here. He jumps very simple. It is not spectacular. When you compare it with the Nixon, he was more spectacular, but this one is simple. It jumps a big oxer. We think when the oxer was a little bit bigger and a little bit higher, he jumps the same. That's also a quality. Eh? When a horse jumps 10 times a fence or an oxer and he jumps it on the same. But hopefully this can also be interesting. As you see here, also this one is also born by embryo transfer. You see it by the Nixon is born by embryo transfer. And you see it also by the Heartbeat. He's born by embryo transfer. You see in Holland, a lot of good breeders use his best mares and they do embryo transfer, and then here, a lot of scope. You see it on the oxer. And also the hind leg was really good. Yeah. Hey, Wim, hoe is it? Then we go to the premium dresses. We can start now. We start now with the first one, is number 300. He's the son by All at Once. It's very interesting. The stallion All at Once was born at the farm from stable 104. And this one is also born on stable 104. And All at Once is by Ampere Gribaldi. And All at Once was last year at the Olympic Games. And the mother of this one, the Mary Ati Linde, is Elite. Preference, the statiemare. All at Once last year at the Olympic Games, and the mother of this one is also the mother of the approved stallions and the Pavo Cup winner approved stallions Jameson. Jameson by Blue Hasek was also the champion of the stallion show when he was 3. Then we talk about 5 years ago, in 2017. Jameson was the champion. This is a good dam line. This is All at Once, Negro, Cracksea, and then Contango. And the mother was also in the sport. She was a dressage international. And she was also the mother of Yati Linde. Dus Yati Linde is the full sister of this one. She was the national winner when she was 3 on the mare show. Dus you see it here. The mother was a good mare in the sport. She's also the mother of an approved stallion who is doing a good in sport. Want Jameson was also on the World Championship for young horses. And the full sister of this one is a good one. You see it here is a horse with a good conformation, good neck, good head connection, good shoulder, and also with a good balance and the canter, and also very suppleness. You see it here. This the stable 104. That's also an breeder who started with good breeding mares, and she did them in the sport. And only the best ones she used for breeding. And she does also a lot of ET. And this one is also born by embryo transfer. So she says, Mrs. Willeke Bos says, I only use the best mares. And then I do a lot of embryo transfer. So she used her own stallion All at Once with her own mare. And then, is really good. You have a stallion like this. See here, good suppleness, good front leg. It's also nice, you can see the juice of the body of this one. And the breeder of this one had really good stallions this year on the stallion show. You see here we had 4 premium stallions and 3 of them were from the same breeder. This was really nice for them. I think we had it that before, that 75% of the premium stallions had the same owner and the same breeder. That was really good. And all at once was selected to the stallion test when he was 3, but it didn't bring him to the stallion test. They first approved in Westfalen, and then they did the sport with him, and the horse had good sport results. And a few years ago, they came back with him from the stallion show, and then he did the 5-day character test on that because he had good sport results. You can do that when they have good sport results. They can bring them later on the stallion test. He's good uphill in the body, good balance, a little bit fresh. He's a little bit playing. Good balance, good suppleness, also in the canter. Good balance, suppleness in the body, and also uphill. I don't know how's the time now. I think I'm now 30 minutes later. Kelly, you can check how much harness breeders are online, and then maybe we can make the harness a little bit shorter. Here now the next one, you can start. Is also sent by all at once. The mother of this one was also mare. He did a good IBOP. She had 19.5 points. It was already interesting. She's by Delfino. And then we see in the dam line first Heinrich Negro Vincent Zaire. It's also a good dam line. It's also the dam line of the approved stallions Knockout. And no, Knockout is now in Canada. And also the approved stallions High Five. The mother is in sports. She has a good sport results, and also the grand dam and the third dam had good sport results. Which you see 3 times good sport results. And the owner of all at once used the mother of this one time by produce and do 1 time embryo transfer. You should see it in Holland and also Belgium that breeders use other mares 1 time for embryo transfer, and she did that. But this one was really good, very good walk, very good trot, and you see it here also, very suppleness. And I told you before, after the first selection, Mr. Andreas Helstrand bought this one for 50%. And he's now, after the stallion show, he went to Denmark. And next week, we will see him in Denmark on the stallion show. And last week, they showed me some videos of him. He was under the saddle and that was very, very good. Great. You see it here, right? Good canter, suppleness, good balance. We like it.
Hank, is it okay with you if we scroll forward a little bit to save some time in some of the videos?
It's okay. Okay, no problem.
Yeah. So that we don't show the whole video.
It's okay, no problem. But I think this one is very, you show them here.
Yeah.
Then we can stop.
Yeah, you just tell us when we can go to the next video.
Yeah, for me, it's okay. It's no problem. We take the next one. We go to the next one. Yeah, starter. This one is by Escamillo. Now, Escamillo is by Escolar. And Escamillo is from Germany. The horse is very good doing in the sport. Last year, Escamillo did a good job in the World Championship. And the mother of this one is by Ferguson. She did also the sport predicate and also the Grand Dam and also the third dam. And did good sport results. And we see in the pedigree the Nero W7. It's a really good dam line. And I think what's also very interesting of this one is that the full sister of the mother was also on the World Championship for dresses horses. Dus we were very happy. We had some sons of Escamillo on the stallion show. And this one can be really interesting. The breeder of this one is Mr. Rom Vermunt. And he was also on the honor on the first selection. And after the first selection, he sold the horse for 50% to the stable Brinkman. Marco and Koen Brinkman bought him for 50%. I think they did a good job. And this one is also approved for Oldenburg. It's also really good, eh? Good. And Escamillo is new stallion for Holland. And Escamillo is by Escolar and Escolar by Estobar. En dan Erentoes. And Ferguson is by Floris Count. And we think Ferguson can be a good breeding stallion. Last year he had good children in the Pavo Cup. And also he had some offspring on the World Championship for young. And then the Nero in the dam line is also really interesting. You see it with all the stallions we show you. They had good dam lines, and the mother of the Grand Dam had good results in the IBOB or in the sport. And there's also the selection for the premium ring. The selection for the premium ring is to look to a stallion with a good conformation, correct. Go to the next one. Good walk, good trot, good canter, and also the dam line must be good. The sport in the dam line. Then we go to the last one. The son by Vivaldi D-Day. And this one is the full brother of the approved stallion Vitalis. And we know Vitalis was first approved in Westfalen. He's from Mr. Paul Schockemöller, and he's a really good stallion in Germany. And also the full brother My Vitality of this one is also approved. Dus it can be interesting, a son by Vivaldi and also the full brother of Vivaldi. And it's interesting, this one was also bred by Stable 104 from Mrs. Bos. And this one was also born by embryo transfer. Dus Mrs. Bos had a good year. And what also nice, when a stallion is a premium stallion, and he's born in Holland, and he has a KWPN number, and the breeder is a member of the KWPN, then the breeders get a premium. Since 2 years, we have some breeders and some other horse lovers. We have a company. We talk about the Friends of KWPN, and they had to pay a few thousand each year. And the breeders of good horses, dus the breeders of the premium stallions, get a few €1,000 from the company. The company Friends of KWPN. Dus that's very nice. We have people like that. They want to pay some money and they give the money to the breeders. Really good, eh? Good suppleness, good front leg. Eh? You see the front leg from Vivaldi back in this horse. This is nice with people like that. But sometimes you have a breeder and he sold the filly or the goat for a small price. And when he's old and is a very good one, they do it also with the national championship, the Pavel Cup and Blom Cup. So when you have a good horse there, you get also the premium of the company Friends of KWPN. I think so enough. Then we go so to the next, to the harness. I don't know exactly. Are there a lot of harness breeders or not so much? And you can work a little bit.
Well, we will record everything, Hank, so maybe we can do the same as we just did with the dressage videos, that you just tell a little bit about it and then we move on to the next one, because we would like to have a video.
What do you want? I have a short presentation, but we can also start with the videos. Then we do the videos of the premium stallions.
Kelly, Megan, what do you think?
I'm fine with whatever you guys think. Sorry, I just messed up my screen, so I can't see anything.
I'll tell you, what do you think? We can start also with the videos of the harness horses, then we don't do the presentation. It takes me too much time. What do you want?
Yeah, show the videos, maybe that's better, but we will post the presentation on our website. And
Yeah, I think that's better, yeah.
Yeah.
If you send the presentation on the website, I think it's better.
Yes, because we're 30 minutes behind now, so that might save some time, and then
Yeah. Then we start. We start with the harness. Yeah, start. This year we had the first selection of the harness horses in the first week of January. And the second selection was also in the second with the harness and the jumping and dresses. They selected 5 stallions to the stallion test. And 3 of them had a premium, and one of them is this one. He's a son by Iseli. Iseli is by Bo Shelley. And the mother of this one is a Stermare by Sisandro. Sisandro is by Waldemar. And you see then Koblenz and then Waterman Cambridge Cole. And also the grand dam of this one brought the approved stallion Aquarelle. You see this one. This one is done Oscar. He's a well-developed, refined stallion with expression, rectangular body, and he fits the harness type very well. His front is expansive with a nice head and a vertical neck position. His shoulder and riders are well developed and his loins are strong. His back could be a little bit longer. In movement, in trot, he shows a lot front with a great foreleg action. His hind leg is powerful while bending his joints very well. He shows a lot technique and flexibility combined with a good posture and suspensive, and he has the ability to accelerate. This is the stallion committee of the harness horses. We're very happy about this one. Now we go to the next one. It's number 723. We get also premium. This one is by Idol. Idol is by Mano and then Prince Liberator. Prince Liberator is in Hackney. And then the mother is a Keurmare, and she did also the sport predicate. This is very important for the harness horses. She's by Unico. Unico is also by Waterman. And then you see in the Demlar Marvel. And Marvel is by Immigrant. And Immigrant was a shadowbred stallion. And then we see Colonel. This one is a very big one, 172. That's very big for the harness horses. He's an impressive, very well developed stallion with a good body, and he fits the harness type very well. And they like him very good about his development. His front is really outstanding with a very good neck direction, a sloping shoulder and good vitals. The line of his back is sufficient, and the stance of his hind leg is a little bit single. His leg quality is lean with good heels. And then the movement in trots, he shows an opposing front, with a really good front. In fact, he really looks over everything. His posture, foreleg action, and suspension are very well. He bends his joints sufficient, with his hind leg could develop some more power. But especially the front is really good, front leg is really good, and it's interesting, it's a big one. Once you see the high of the harness horses in Holland, and you compare them with the dresses and the jumpers, then they need a little bit bigger. We see a lot of stallions in the first selection with a small high. It's really good at the front. Okay, then we go to the last one. This one 728. He's by Kane. Kane had his first offspring this year on the Stallion Show. Kane is also by Boselli, like Iselli. And the mother of this one is a Stermare by Mano. And then we see the Pedigree Renovo Puriterp. The horse with a height from 1.63 meters. The kindship of this one is low to average. That's also important for the harness stallions. This one is a normal development stallion with expression and a rectangular body. He fits the harness type very well. He has very strong connections and remarkable length of his croup. His front is nice with a good neck position and a very good head-neck connection. His shoulder and vitals are very well developed. His foundation is characterized by lean leg quality and very good hoof and heels. In trot, he shows a lot front with expression, a good foreleg action, and also good posture and suspension. The use of his hind leg is very powerful by bending his joints very well, and he has the ability to accelerate. You see it here. Also on the first selection, this one was really good. A lot of people like this one. It's really good, that powerful. Good hind leg. Now we go to the Gelders horses. The Gelders horses had also the first selection in December. The first selection they has to jump also. And they selected a few to the stallion test and one get a premium, and that was this one. This one is by Henke, and Henke we know is by Alexandro. And Alexandro gets the preferent predicate this year with the Stallion Show. And Henke is doing very well in the sport with Adelinde Cornelissen. And the guy, the boy here, is the friend of Adelinde. That's Aris van Manen. And during the Stallion Show, this one was sold for the sport. Dus I don't know he's coming in the Stallion test, but a lot of dressage people were very happy about this one. You see here, very powerful, a good balance, uphill in the body. So a lot of people are happy about this one. There's a dressage handler bought this one. You see it also with Henke. When Henke was in the national championship when he was 4 months. And then Mr. Aris van Manen, also the man of this one, and Joop van Uitert bought Henke. They said there must be a good dressage stallion, and they saw it. He was really good. He did it good in the sport. He did it good in the World Championship for young horses with Adelinde. Dus Gelders had one premium stallion, and that was this one. You see one time, and in the second selection, they only did this. It had to jump one time, and it was in the first selection. I think it was good to do it like this. There's a little bit more time. I don't know how it is now with the time. It is. Let's see here. Thank you very much to look at the presentation. Yeah, hopefully you will be next year in Den Bosch when we have the big stallion show again in Den Bosch, and hopefully all the people will be there. But hopefully you saw the stallion test this year online, and hopefully you know a little bit more after this presentation. I don't know. Are there some questions or?
I have one question in the chat for you, Hank, and it says, well, it's kind of for us, I think. They're asking if all the stallion videos are online somewhere. Well, I know that all the KWPN videos are on the KWPN TV, right?
Yeah. KWPN TV, Clip My Horse, you can see them. And you see, you don't know, when you look in the KWPN database and you look for the horse, you can also see the videos.
And is it okay with you if we can post the videos that you used for your presentation, if we can post those videos too, because we didn't show all of them?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
This one,
okay?
then you see the premiums, no problem. You can show them.
Okay, great.
And
Does
also,
anyone...
yeah, it's okay.
Kathy had another question in the chat previously, and she asked, how is it determined how many stallions you should try to approve for the testing? So do you guys decide on that before the testing is there? Like how many will go through or not? Or is that not something you decide up front?
Before we start with the stallion test, then the board of the KWPN and also the breeding, we have in Holland the Fokkerijraad. There's a breeding committee, and they said to us, you need around 100 stallions in the second round before we start in the first round. Because we are walking a little bit like that. But this year we had a little bit, we are at around 87 jumpers and breasts, 83 in the second round. And they said to us, try to send around 45-50 stallions to the stallion test. Well, that's very important. The importance point is in the test. You see them under the saddle. And then you can select. When you saw it also in the presentation, that around 2/3 or the selected stallions come back in the stallion test. And in the stallion test, you have to select. That's really important.
Okay, thank you, Hank.
But when we discuss about the stallion in the second round, with the dam line or the pedigree is good, sometimes he said, let's try the stallion. We will see who he's doing under the saddle. And sometimes he's doing very well, and then we are happy to do it.
Okay. I have another question. During COVID, the accepted stallions have been allowed to breed before completing the test, with the resulting foals receiving Veulenboek papers. Is that also the situation this year with the newly selected stallions?
No, we did that only for 1 year, and that was in 2020. We had the COVID. The COVID started around this period of the year, February, March, and we would start in March with the stallion test. And we couldn't start with the stallion test once we had a problem with the COVID. Then the board of the KWPN said all the selected stallions for the stallion test, they had to need the semen must be okay, and also the X-rays and everything must be okay. Then they could cover for 1 year. Dus there was only the year with the COVID. Dus the stallions with the M. They're low stallions like this. They could cover 1 year.
Okay, so it was only a rule for 1 year, and these stallions won't be able to produce valuable foals anymore this year.
No, not anymore.
Okay.
It was only that year.
But they can still go and do the test now, right?
Yeah, when the stallions are selected for the stallion test, they had 3 possibilities to do the test. And that's in the spring the same year, or the late test. Normally that's November, but this year we started in December and we ended in January. Or they come next year. This next spring, they can come stallions who were selected last year, but that is the last change.
Okay. Are there any more questions? We can still ask them in the chat, and else we will go to the next one. I'll give the word back to Megan and Kelly.
No more questions? You have Hank at your disposal, so you should take advantage because he's always very busy. So this is a time to not be shy if you have any questions. I think there's one more.
I see one more question. How much are you selecting on type?
It is the combination. It is, they must have a good type. You compare it with the stair predicate. You can have a mare with a good type, but the movement or jumping is not good, then they don't get the stair predicate. Dus with the stallion selection, we go to the conformation, the type. We look to the correctness. There must be a correct front leg. Hind leg must be correct. No, and then we look to the dressed stallions, to the walk, the trot, and the canter. And with the jumpers, it's very important how they jump. It's very important. And also the pedigree must be good. Sometimes we have stallions with a good conformation and they jump very good, but the pedigree is not good. It's, it cannot be approved. It can be a good sport horse, but not an approved stallion.
Thank you, Hank. I have a question. Can Hank say more about how this full brother of Vitalis compares to him and to My Vitality?
I think this one can be the best one of all of them. When you compare them the 3, I think this one is the most powerful horse of all of 3. So we will see what he's doing. But My Vitality was needs a little bit more blood, and after that My Vitality was not approved in Holland, and after that he went to Denmark and Germany. He's approved there, and hopefully, and I think, but I don't know exactly, this one can be the best one.
Okay, thank you, Hank. And I have one more question. Like, can you one more time explain to us what scope is exactly in a jumper?
Scope. With jumping, we look to 3 points. That is reflex. I told you about reflex. Reflex is the quickness with jumping, and also the horse must be careful and how he's looking to the fence. Now we look to the technique. Now the technique, how he's using his body, but also using his front leg and also his hind leg. And scope is it possible for the horse to jump a big fence, big oxer. And it's very important. You see it also in the oxer. We start with a vertical and we end with an oxer. How easy can he jump the big oxer? Dus normally he jumps upwards, and when he is upwards on the oxer, can he jump forwards?
Yeah. Okay,
So Hank, real quick, what you mean is how far on the other side of the jump they land out, right?
I don't know what.
I see Mary Ellen Berger has another question.
What are the main elements that are not apparent or obvious in the stallion testing process? For example, the horse's mind and durability.
what are the main? You don't know exactly. In the stallion test, we look at the same like an IBOB, give them the same points. Dus we're looking to the walk, trot, the canter, the rideability, and we give them points for that. The animal must be good, and it's very important when the horse goes to the testing, to the stallion test. He must be no problems in the stable. He must be a good character, and also the veterinary looks when he's starting and he's ending and he has some problems. Sometimes the veterinary says, yeah, this stallion cannot be approved. He has some problems with in the walk or in the trot. That's very important. If we look at the same to the, like the eyeball. When they have some problems, then we can approve them. And mostly you see it more with the jumpers than the dressed stallions. The people train the stallions at home, and they know exactly what are the best stallions. And when they have a horse with a bad character or the rideability is not good, then they don't come to the stallion test. When you see, I told you before, I think 2/3, 60-70% come to the stallion test. The other stallions are not good enough, or the owner knows the rideability, if we have some other problems, will be a problem to be approved.
Yes, so that will show in the stallion testing, right? So that those are things that you can't see in the first selection rounds.
Yeah.
Okay. The last question, because we really have to keep going. What are the judges looking for in the harness horses? Is the forearm horizontal? Do you still look for uphill? Where should the front leg strike the ground? Under or forward?
Yeah, just a combination. Huh? They must be uphill. The front leg must be good, and the hind leg must be good. It's a combination from all the points.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have a stallion who is. I showed you one. He had a good front leg. He was good uphill, with a little bit the best. He should be a little bit more powerful. Dus hopefully he will do it better when he's doing the stallion test.
Okay.
And sometimes you see it also with the jumpers. You can have a horse with a lot of scope, but the reflex is normal. But when the pedigree is good, sometimes you try them. He says, let's approve them. He can bring scope, or sometimes you say he can bring reflex. An example is the stallion Jess. Jess was really, really good. But when he was approved, they can discuss about his hind leg. He was a little bit single. He was. And the front leg was a little bit normal. They discuss. But now we are very happy they approved him. Really happy. Sometimes you have to make a decision. It's no problem to say it cannot be approved. But sometimes you see good ones go to other state books, and they're good.
That's a great point, Hank, and I'm going to thank you very much for your presentation. Your knowledge is amazing. You know all the pedigrees for the harness, the jumpers, the dressage, the gelders. It's very impressive. You can tell you're really a horseman, that you really know the breeding. And I really we all appreciate you taking the time and the effort to make the presentation. I know it's quite late for you. It's a Saturday and your family, normally that would be your family time. So we really appreciate it. And please thank your wife and children for sharing you with us today. So thank you very much.
And hopefully this year I come back to USA to the tour, and hopefully we can come to the stallion test. And hopefully next year you can come to Holland to the stallion show. Hopefully we make a big party together.
Yes, and we are counting on seeing you at the stallion testing and the currings, at least for some of the currings, and we really look forward to that and our continued partnership with the KWPN. So thank you very much.
It's okay. Thank you also.
Thank you, Hank.
It's okay.
Okay, we're gonna take a short break and then we're gonna start the farm visit video. So Liz, how long is the break and all that?
It's now 2:28 Eastern Standard Time. So let's get back in 5 minutes, if that's okay with everyone, not to get too far behind. So 35.
That's perfect. We'll see everyone in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, everyone, we're gonna get started again. I just wanted to explain this next section. So hopefully everyone's on. Because we couldn't do in-person this year, we had to kind of pivot pretty quickly and figure out how to have a interesting AGM. So we came up with the idea that we would send Liz to interview some of the different members in different disciplines so that we could, cover all of our bases as best we could with the different breeding directions for the KWPN. So that's how all of this came about. And it was our first attempt at it. I think Liz did a fantastic job, especially considering she doesn't have like professional equipment as like a big movie producer or anything like that. She did it all with her iPhone and then edited things at home. So I'm going to turn the mic back over to Liz and she can introduce the different people and talk about her visits. Okay, Liz?
Yes, thank you very much, Megan. So I was very honored that the board asked me to go and do these interviews. And I first said, no, we should hire like a professional videographer business for it, but that would be very expensive and, like huge. So we figured that I would go and visit these people and try to do the best I can. And I hope we did a good job and that you guys are going to like it. So the first interviewee that I want to introduce to you all is Josh Albrecht. His business is Quality Equestrian and it's located in California. And Josh is a young breeder and a young rider and also a trainer, especially very good with young horses. He bought a lot of horses from Deborah Harrison, our platinum level breeder, also from California, to build his breeding program with. And we thought it was very interesting to go and ask a young man like Josh, he's just turned 20, how he is planning on building his business as a beginning breeder of Dutch warm blood horses. So that's what we did. I went there and interviewed Josh, and let's take a look at a video that came about.
So I'm just going to say I've tried to put these back in full screen. If they are too slow and it disrupts the quality of the video, I'll have to do what I did with the Hank's presentation and go and make them a little smaller. I apologize. I think it's because of the feed, because what I see in the video looks fine, but apparently everybody else is seeing it kind of slow and choppy. So we'll start out in full screen and hope that that works. And so bear with me. I appreciate your all's patience.
We have to turn the sound on, I think.
We could restart it too.
Yeah, hang on.
It's the first time we're doing this, guys, so bear with us.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And all the videos will be on YouTube later. After the AGM, we'll publish them publicly, so you can just watch them. And also the long version, because we have a long version and an AGM version.
All right, second try, here we go. You can hear it?
Hi, Josh. Thanks for having me.
Hey, Liz. Thank you for coming and wanting to learn more about our program here. They are almost all KWPN registered mares, and most of them are from Deborah Harrison with Lyle Loomis Dutch Warm Bloods.
And why did you decide when you started your breeding program to go to Deborah Harrison and buy quite some of her older mare lines?
I'm a young breeder, so I've just kind of started and I'm just up and going. And so I wanted to kind of try to play it a little bit safe. You know, her lines are proven. She's got older mares that we were able to purchase who have already had Grand Prix offspring and Grand Prix siblings and upper level dressage horses and that are successful and proven. And I'm able to look at what those mares have been bred to that created those foals and then breed similarly to that. So it kind of already gave me a baseline and a guide to start my program from, versus if I'd gone and bought these young modern dressage mares for say out of Europe or some of the newer young programs. I have to kind of shoot in the dark a little bit more as to how to do that while I'm still trying to learn. Whereas with her lines, it's more proven and there's those older mares. I also really like that her gelders mares and her baseline mares, they're really strong and sound and powerful. You know, we live on a volcanic mountain, so everything is rocky and it's really hard, and they've got great feet and they can run on the hills and they can live outside, and we don't have to go out and blanket and keep them shod and all that. I mean, we feed them very well and care for them very well, but I don't have to do all of the extra excessive things that I might have to do with some of the more strictly dressage bred mares.
And what is your strategy to keep these older mares sound? Like, do you have special theory about how, you know, how you do that?
So I manage them out, because being out here on the pasture, if you look around, we've got hills and we've got grass and we've got a lot of space. We're very lucky in that regard. So they're able to be out and move around all the time, and so they get to move a lot. So we feed them out here on the hillside hay, and then the water trough is in by the barn and the gate. So they keep moving constantly, and then I try to feed a 100% forage-based diet with supplements. So a lot of hay, a lot of grass, and then when they need extra supplementation, we feed forage-based feeds, not hot grains. So just a ton of forage, keep their gut going, keep them healthy. And then I feed a platinum performance supplement to all the mares for their nutritional needs other than that. But they're outside, moving, and forage all the time.
Can you also tell me something about next year? What are you expecting from these mares? Like, where did you breed them to, and what is your breeding goal?
Yeah, so of my 10 foals coming next year, 5 of them are from our young stallion that we imported named Knox. He's coming for this year. We're hoping to take him for licensing once we get to have a curring. So he's a Gelder's dam line on a dressage stallion by Vivaldi. So we have the dressage, but he's very Gelder's in his type and the way and his movement and attitude. So it works really well. So we bred him to mostly Gelder's mares and then a couple of more dressage mares, but staying in the Gelder's line. And so my goal with that was it worked really well to get a couple of the difficult older mares in foal, and then to keep really with the Gelder's lines and to mix some of the Gelder's lines from the Netherlands as well as Deborah Harrison's lines here in North America. I have 2 mares back here that I recently imported. They're Danish mares. One of them is a Jazz though, and the other one's a Dawn Schufro. And they're in foal to Dutch stallions, so they'll be real dressage foals. And then I have a jumper foal, a real jumper foal over there. That mare's a granddaughter of Galabay. She's in foal to a jumper stallion, so kind of a mix, but mainly focusing on mixing the lines for dressage horses, with the majority of them being super amateur friendly, super sound and powerful and safe, and then a few of them being real upper level dressage foals.
Yeah, so that is your mix. And what are you going to do with Knox next year?
Breeding wise,
Mm-hmm.
I'm planning on breeding him actually next year. I don't have any plans currently to breed him for any purebred Gelder's foals, but I'm going to be breeding him to a few of my kind of hot, spicy dressage mares to kind of chill them out and calm them down, to make it a little bit more amateur type horses, because the market today is really for the amateurs, and the way he really would have made it exceptional amateur's horse himself. He is by expression and out of a mare that is a serious Parzival. So expression is a Vivaldi dressage stallion, but he's a Vivaldi Vincent. So there's a little bit of Gelders in his dam line, and then there is basically 100% Gelders on Knox's dam line in his dam.
How was he to break in?
He was fantastic. We got him going and put the saddle on and did some groundwork and got on and rode him, and he never did anything. He's fantastic.
Oh,
He
that's
just goes
great.
for it. He's got a great character. He's not spooky. He's not reactive. He's not barn sour. He's just lovely to ride. He doesn't get hot. He's a nice worker, but he doesn't get hot or anything when you really get him going and working. He's great. He's so fun and easy and simple, and his gaits, you know, they're not extravagant, huge gaits. He has really good gaits that are super nice to ride and simple and uncomplicated. And he has a Gelder's dam line, 100% Gelder's dam line with a German dressage sire. So we're hoping to do that's the young rider. We're hoping to do the young rider FBI St. George test with him.
I know that you've been to Kentucky with Espresso. Can
Yeah,
you tell
so
me
I
something
took-
about that?
Yeah, so I went to the U.S. Dressage Finals with Kentucky with Espresso. It was in Lexington for 4th level in the young rider division. So it was the first year they offered a junior young rider division, and we qualified by winning the Region 7 championship in 4th level. And then I took him to Lexington and competed with him there, and he finished 6th in the final and won a couple of the preview classes before that.
Hey Josh, so who do we have here?
This is Poulet. She was bred by Deborah Harrison. She is a daughter of Deborah's mare, Gisela, who was a full sibling to her Grand Prix licensed stallion, Isilmer. And her dam, Gisela, brought 6 upper level offspring, of which 2 was Grand Prix. Poulet is turning 25 this year, and she is in foal to our stallion, Knox, actually.
And who is she by? Like, what are her bloodlines exactly?
She is junior. She's by Junior STV.
Yeah?
And so we're kind of excited to see the gelders with the junior mixed with Knox, with his Vivaldi and de gelders from the Netherlands mixed in there with that. And then, yeah, this is her. So I feel like she's in great health and condition for her age. She is a granddaughter of Poulet. So we saw her earlier, and she's a UB40 and her mother's a Facet. So she's a UB40 Facet Junior. And I think what's so cool about her is, you know, you look at her, she's really modern and dressage in type, but her dam line is really actually goes back to gelders. So we get a lot of power to her and a good brain, but we get the little more hotness of the dressage horse, and she's more modern and regular type. So I'm going to turn her loose and we get to see her. Luna and her filly Regal. Luna is by Uphill, and then Zeolite Vosmer. She comes from Deborah Harrison's Fare Thee Well line, which is, I think, a super awesome line in regards to Grand Prix horses as well as amateur friendly horses. And then the filly is by Chelsea Sibley's stallion Fanal, who is contested to Vosmer. So we get this filly would be line bred on Vosmer back a little bit. So super cool for the gelders, and she's got a super sweet, fun, happy personality, not spooky or difficult in any way. Fair. She is a 23-year-old mare that I bought from Deborah Harrison. She is out of Deborah's Fare Thee Well mare, who had 4 Grand Prix dressage offspring. She has 4 Grand Prix dressage siblings, as well as she produced a Grand Prix horse. And this is actually the first mare I bought from Deborah Harrison. When I met her when I was there, I just fell in love with her. I just thought she was amazing and had to have her. And as you can tell, even though she's 23, she feels very good and feels great, very sound and very active. Due in July in foal to Knox. And then I also have a daughter of hers that is in full to Gennaro Platinum.
Oh, wow.
We're continuing with that line. And then we did ICSI with her. So the where they go in and they pull out the oocytes and grow them in a petri dish and then fertilize them. So we have a whole bunch of frozen embryos from her from Apache and Ibiza.
Oh,
So we're
wow.
hoping to use those at some point, and then we'll breed her again this year because she is obviously
Amazing.
still kicking to go and keep going. So we'll turn her loose and let her run around.
So Josh, thank you for today. You seem like a very passionate young rider and breeder. I'm curious what your vision for the future is with your business. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I am hoping to continue breeding my mares and developing from the mare lines that I kind of talked about today and showed you some of kind of my own mare lines and mixing those together and using Knox, and we have a young stallion hopefully coming up in the future, and I'm hoping to show. I would like to breed my own Grand Prix horses for myself to show hopefully someday in the future, as well as to breed horses that are suitable for my clients and amateur horses and horses that are really versatile and fit in today's market, because I think today's market is people want an upper level horse that's really pretty, really fancy, but it needs to be sane and safe and sound for a long time, as well as not too over the top in regards to the care and maintenance that they require.
That's awesome. That sounds great, Josh. We wish you a lot of luck and keep us posted, okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Josh, for cooperating with us on this video. Josh is also on the call. Maybe you're ready to answer some questions that people might have, Josh?
Yeah, I think I got the video working now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I got it going.
Okay. I have a nice comment for you. They say, Josh, thank you so much for sharing your program with us. So that's a nice comment. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for allowing me to do that. I had a ton of fun with that.
And what portion of new bloodlines will you bring into your gelders is a question, Josh.
Okay, so right now I have a colt. I guess he'd be a yearling now. He is Jameson Don Schufro. And then his dam, the Don Schufro mare, is in full with Jameson. And I think that those lines could be interesting for the gelders. So I'm hoping to use that in the future to add into the gelders bloodlines. Both those horses have really good brain and bone, and I think that they fit well into the gelders type and kind. So I'm hoping to add some of those bloodlines into my my gelders mares, and then that's my kind of my main goal right now, is to bring those bloodlines in, because I think that both Jameson and Don Schufro are good to use for gelders, and I'm kind of surprised that we actually haven't seen more of those used already.
Thank you, Josh. I have another question. What type of hay and supplements do you feed your older mares?
Yeah, so free choice hay is the biggest thing, as much as we can get to them. So depending on what looks the most nutritious in their weight and condition, they're all getting at least 50% alfalfa in their hay, fed free choice, sometimes more, depending, either in big bale form fed so that they can eat at all times, or fed in large quantities twice a day. And then for grain, we don't feed them grain. They get rice bran and beet pulp mixed together and or fed separately to keep it 100% forage based. And then everyone gets the Platinum Performance GI supplement on top of that.
Okay, thank you, Josh. I have a question myself for you. Like, what are you planning to do with your embryos from Savoir Faire? Are you going to use them anytime soon, or?
I am not going to use them this year. However, we are actually in the process of trying to get some of our own recipient mares to have here, because I'm hoping that I'd like to have some higher quality recipients mares that are in my program to use for that. And then I think I'm going to test them this year on some fresh embryos. And if that works, we're going to implant a few of those next year.
Okay,
I
very
want to
interesting.
try to rule out as many factors as possible that could make those not work.
Yes, interesting in regards to the presentation we already saw of Dr. Ferris.
Yep.
This, are there any more questions for Josh? You can now ask them in the chat. I don't think so.
Cool.
Thank you so much, Josh.
Yep, thank you for doing that.
There's a longer video of the barn visit I did with Josh on our YouTube channel. I just put it to public. So you can see much more of Josh riding, of his other horses, more discussion. He shares about his training program for young horses and everything. So if you're interested, go have a look at our YouTube channel. I'm now going to give the word to Annabelle to present our next interviewee.
Good afternoon. Liz and I had the pleasure of meeting with Willie Arts at DG Bar Ranch to do a farm visit. We met with Willie the evening before and over dinner discussed what our expectations were for the following day. Of course, we completely surprised Willie with the extent of what we were hoping to do, but he made a call to the ranch, and when we showed up the next morning, everything was absolutely perfect. Horses were braided, rings were groomed, everything was beautiful. I really want to thank Willie and his staff at DG Bar Ranch, which is Ashlyn Dodge, Tama Locatelli, Caitlin Hammer, and Amber DeGroot for all the hard work that they did, and then for Elizabeth and some of the other people who put together a wonderful lunch for us. And the interesting thing is that Ashlyn, who rode for us that afternoon, had a baby 2 weeks later. So congratulations, Ashlyn. And we had a wonderful time. You're very, very hospitable. Now, Willie was born in Holland and came to the US in 1984 to work for the DeGroot family. DG Bar has since become a top breeding and event facility here in California. Willie is involved in many different programs, including the USEF Coaches Support Network, and his homebred stallion Koenig has been selected to the Markel USEF Dressage Emerging Young Horse Program. Willie has presented numerous stallions to the KWPN-NA for licensing, and also with the KWPN, and currently participates in the North American Stallion Sport Horse testing. He is competing his homebred licensed stallions, Koenig, DG, and El Primo. He also prepares Friesians for licensing for their currings. Willie is a wealth of knowledge in breeding, selecting stallion prospects, and preparing young horses for competition. We hope you really enjoyed this video. We had a blast doing it, and we really can't thank DG Bar Ranch and the staff there for a wonderful day. Please enjoy.
Hello guys, we're here at DG Bar Ranch. This is Willie Arts and this is Annabelle. So who are you standing next to right now?
Right now we're standing in front of El Primo. He's the 5-year-old, now 6-year-old stallion by Bordeaux, Contango. El Primo and Koenig are both stallions that have been licensed over the last couple of years. 2-year-old stallion, I think most of you will remember he was in the yearling futurity winner. He's by Koning out of a Geldersmeer, and the Geldersmeer is very interestingly bred because he is three generations of Gelders horse, and then behind that are 2 generations.
I'm going to stop and make this full screen since it's worked. I apologize that I had already put them to small. So hold on.
Stay tuned, everyone. We're trying to get a full screen video of the interview with Willie Arts and his team. Hello guys, we're here at DG Bar Ranch. This is Willie Arts and this is Anna Biel. So who are you standing next to right now?
And now we're standing in front of El Primo. He's the 5-year-old, now 6-year-old stallion by Bordeaux, Contango. El Primo and Koning are both stallions that have been licensed over the last couple of years. 2-year-old stallion, I think most of you will remember he was in the yearling futurity winner. He's by Koning out of a Geldersmeer, and the Geldersmeer is very interestingly bred because he is three generations of Gelders horse, and then behind that are 2 generations of thoroughbred sire, so it gives the Gelderlander a little bit more refinement, and still you see it's a 2-year-old stallion, super character, that the Gelderlander is known for. And then Koning obviously gave him the size, the length of the body, longer legs, and more light-footed movement. So
when you see a young colt, like a Foals-born colt, at what point can you see like that he has potential to be like maybe a stallion prospect?
Well, it's always hard to tell, but I think what's first important is you need to have a mare line that has performance in the mare line, and a mare line that you like yourself, and that you say, okay, that's where what your breeding goal is. You have to have a breeding goal. When you see a young foal and you see when is it a stallion prospect, that is obviously first the horse has to be there himself. Has to be an outstanding foal, and very correct in legs and good feet. Needs to be a horse that has the modern type, rectangle type. The model line has to be very good because that will never change. And if there is no sport or horses that are competing in the sport, then it becomes very hard. And then the rest needs to be what you like yourself, and movement is very important. And it's not always the bigger mover. The bigger mover is the better mover, we all know that. We have seen it through the years now that if you look at the Grand Prix at international competitions, it's not the biggest movers that win. It's the ones that have the right ability, have the desire to do it, have the ability to collect, and the stamina, the character to work hard and do it all the time, from all disciplines. Compared to a jumper, a dressage horse works way harder. A jumper competes in a minute, and a dressage horse at Grand Prix level has to be in top shape and has to compete for 6 minutes long, and so it takes a horse with very strong foundation, good legs, good joints, that it can last, and it's also important that you don't overdo things, and that a lot of the young horses work too much that they never reach their potential because they did too much when they're young. So you look for his rectangular type. So if I look at him, then you say he has a very kind eye, nice expressive face. It's not this wow, really, fine. But if you look in proportion, it is in proportion with the rest of the body. So a very kind eye, nice neck, good open throat latch, nice and long in the poll. So it's a horse that's going to be easy to carry himself, easy on the bit, and you should be able to see that pretty soon in movement. I think the total picture you can see everything matches together. Very good strong legs, good cunning bone, not dry joints, very good feet, and good connection, very strong connection in the loin, and the in proportion the horse is well balanced, yeah. And so size-wise, you know, Carmen's where as a yearling, he was pretty big. If you look at him now, you know, this was just a horse that is early maturing, you know, you see already the length of leg and the withers are there. So he's not going to be a horse that's going to grow until he is 5 or 6. He'll be sooner finished. So I think the horse will kind of mature at the most at 17 hands. Yeah, so it's not extremely high. Yeah. Yeah, but you see when he moves, you know, you see the balance in the horse, the lightness, light-footedness. Yeah, and he trots right away. Yeah, the first step is right away. Self-motivated. Goes even higher off the ground. So he doesn't get flatter. See, that's true engagement. Yeah, you feel he doesn't speed up. And for the same, yeah, balance. So balance is one of the most important things, yeah. A horse like this, you can see yourself and say, oh, I can sit on this horse ride, it's going to be a light, easy ride, yeah. Balance of the horse you need off and the steadiness of the head and neck carriage. So you can see the horse carries himself very steady, balanced. When he engages, he doesn't speed up. You see the engagement when he takes off. You see he gets taller. And you feel that he rounds up, yeah. So for the hind leg, it's always tracking up. And you look at the hind leg, yeah, you want to see that the stifle is far enough forward. When the stifle is too far back, you're always going to have a pusher. Yeah. So you also have to be that you don't have too long of a gasket. Yeah, there. Yeah, that makes that the hocks always go out. Yeah, but this one, he always tracks up, and that's because the stifle is far enough forward, not too long in the gasket. Yeah, and then what important is that you have 3 gaits in the horse. Yeah, so this for me is a complete horse. Yeah, he has good conformation, good character. Yeah, I think three complete gaits. Yeah, and it's a horse with presence, personality, pedigree, and most important also is that conformation is functional. Yeah, you can have a real beautiful horse, but if the mechanics don't work and then it doesn't do any good. Yeah.
Technical difficulties again, bear with me.
First you need to have balance, yeah? Balance in the horse. Then you need to have power. And then when you have a rectangular type horse, yeah, they are usually more supple when they're too square. Yeah. But if you have a supple horse with
Give us a second to figure this out, everyone, please.
do any good, yeah? need to have balance, yeah? Balance in the horse. Then you need to have power. And then when you have a rectangular type horse, yeah, they are usually more supple when they're too square. Yeah, but if you have a supple horse with no power and no balance, yeah, then you don't go anywhere. You have like a horse that is comfortable to sit and maybe very smooth and very light in the bridle, but there is no power. And a lot of times when you have balance and power, yeah, then not so often you will see that you have a stiff horse. Yeah, it's important here is hey, this here. Yeah, so this needs to be wide.
Yeah. The loins.
Yeah? When the loins are like this, or the loins go down here, this shallow, yeah, that's no strength. But here, this one, you can really see that is really wide over the top there, yeah. And so this is Benicio out of Alaska, and Alaska competed at the Young Horse Championship. She also was selected to go to Verden, and so it's been one of our main broodmares, and so that is a I think very interesting stallion again, which you can see in conformation, well proportioned, good feet, good strong legs. Yeah, obviously everybody likes the color, you know, that's a big plus. Also again, good character, yeah, good temperament, yeah, and in conformation, well proportioned. And then pedigree, so with the pedigree good. Yeah, Benicio is very interesting. Bellissimo has done very well in the dressage and in the breeding, and so here you have a stallion prospect. Yeah. So this yearling colt by Koning out of Alaska. So that is a upcoming foal, and we feel that's a horse that we like to keep on for as a stallion prospect. So we'll look at his movement, and then we can discuss more. So important is also the demeanor in the horse. So you can see he's pretty level-headed. Just pulled away by his friend. So yeah, what we talked earlier, balance. Balance is one of the most important traits. So with movement, balance should speak for itself. Yeah, good use of hind legs, good posture, light-footed. So that when you have a stallion, a stallion prospect, you cannot say, oh, this is a stallion that fits any mare. You know, you have to have a stallion, in my opinion, of a prospect that you want to present, and it's up to the KWPN, the judges, to select stallions that fit the mare base, yeah, but you can never have a stallion that fits on all mares, yeah. So you need to have a complete horse, I think. Yeah, the chain is only as strong as the weakest link, and then it's up to the mare owner, and then later on, you know what the stallion produces, yeah, and the better mare line the stallion comes out of, the more reliable usually his offspring will be, you know, and the reliability of the stallion, younger stallion, goes way up. Yeah. But there are certain characteristics that every riding horse needs to have. Yeah. So then you can say, I like this or that, but the ability, the balance, power, 3 complete gaits, yeah, and And then, yeah, the one is a little taller, the other a little longer, the other one has different characteristics for character. And those are all things that can change. But at the end of the day, they all need to go down the same center line. Yeah, and they all judged the same on the performance. Yeah, so.
So you bred Satina, right?
Yeah.
But did you import her mother or did
Yeah.
you also, yeah.
We imported the mother as a 3-year-old, and the mother had, I think, 12 foals here and competed up to 4th level. And she was, I think, still competing when she was 24.
So Willie, can you tell us a little bit more about the NASST, the North American Stallion Sport Test?
Yeah, we participated this year for the second time. First time was 2 years ago when we did it with Koning. And I was really impressed with the format. I think it is a format that is affordable, it's practical, it's realistic, and it is actually resembles the KWPN-NA requirements exactly. Yeah, by the KWPN-NA, your stallion can become licensed after they do one time the IBOC test and the DG Cup, and then they need to do it again the following year or a year later, so it's two times. And the sport test is a little bit the same, you know, they need to do it twice in a row as a 4 and a 5-year-old. And and it's based upon performance, and it's done in 3 days. Yeah, and so but the judges they use are very knowledgeable judges that also judge in Germany, the young horse, sport horse classes and everything. They have also judges there from each breed association, so that if there are the stallions have to be licensed by a organization, but if any of the other organizations see the stallion at the test and they like to add him to them, then you have the option to present the horse right there for different stud books. You know? I'm a really, I would support it 200% to keep developing this. Yeah, and I think it has a lot of potential. I hope that the KWPN Holland supports it. You know, that they stand behind it and that they see it as an as a added value and as a great opportunity to showcase the horses, and so.
Yeah, we on the board hopefully next year we will be able to bring judges from the KWPN over to participate in it. We had hoped to do it this year, but with COVID restrictions, we were not able to do so. But the KWPN is interested in the program and they would like to see the value of it. So I think Willie's a good representative for that, and like you say, this year we hope we will be participating in it with our own judges also.
Thank you so much, Willie, for this video, for letting Anna and I come by to interview you. Are there any questions for Willie, guys? You can post them in the chat. We will post a long version of this barn video, barn visit on our YouTube channel. There's much more footage, awesome footage that we took there. I have a question. Willie, are you there?
Yep.
Okay. How important is sport in the mare line in selecting a stallion prospect?
Yeah, very important. It's one of the criteria to have a complete pedigree. You know, it's never based upon one aspect. It's always the total picture that counts. Yeah, and in the mare line, it is conformation, soundness, performance, pedigree, x-rays, all those parts play a role in it. And then the stallion, of course, and the chain is only as strong as the weakest link. Yeah, so every component is important, and obviously you have to give and take somewhere, but you try to select in a complete package, yeah, as much as possible. And performance, that is your breeding goal. So performance is very important, and performance is in the mare line is not always if the mare has competed at Grand Prix. You just need to know that, especially if you had the ability of the opportunity to ride the mare yourself, but that you do the performance test and that you can feel the rideability and the willingness of the horse, the acceptance of the bridle, yeah, the balance, the ability to collect. Yeah, those traits are very important. So it doesn't mean that a mare has to compete at FEI or Grand Prix, yeah, because that is a lot of times not feasible. And if you can only use a mare after he has competed at Grand Prix, then the horse is already usually way older, and then in your breeding program you get behind. So you like to use younger mares out of proven lines earlier. So once you have the ability to have ridden the horse and know that technique in the horse, in the saddle and everything, then that is already enough information to start breeding, and then you can still continue the sport. Yeah, so but that is the way we select. Yeah, we use our young mares at a younger age already for breeding, but at the same time we ride them and we train them, and hopefully, yeah, by the time they're 6 or 7, we have 2 or 3 foals, and then a lot of times when the mare has then about third, fourth level, yeah, then they come available as a sport horse often, and then the mare competes, yeah, at the higher level, and we have young horses coming up again, and that's how you build up your breeding program.
Thank you, Willie. I have another question. Can you explain what you mean by dry joints?
Yeah, dry joints means is that the clean joints, yeah. And when you have a horse that is has soft joints, they're usually a little bit filled with fluid, yeah. And so they're often not as strong, and a lot of times they can indicate of yeah, some soundness issues, yeah. But dry joints just means clean joints.
Okay, thank you. Can you, I have a question. Someone asked, can you please have Willie comment on how important it is for the horse to be relaxed in the tail and over the back while it is at work, for example, on the lunge line?
Yeah, the over the back, that's always important, you know, on the lunge line or while riding. Yeah, the use of the back is probably one of the very important trait, and often not discussed so much, but the back and the loin are the bridge between the front and the back. And when the back is not working correctly, then the neck is usually not working correctly, and then the ability to collect is usually not as good. And the tail, if the tail is quiet, that's usually a sign of relaxation and balance, and that the work is easy. When the tail is squishing, then sometimes it's resistance. And you also need to also feel when you lift up the horse's tail that you have a little bit of resistance, but not that the horse pulls the tail tight back, because that's usually a sign of also a tight back, but also have no tail resistance at all, then you usually have a horse with no power.
Okay. I have a question. Do you compete your young mares?
Yeah, we try up to a certain point. We for sure do them all in the IBOP, and then we have the ability, then we show them. We have now 2 5-year-olds that are catered and will show this year in the 5-year-old division, and so and then we try to from one we have an embryo coming, and then so we use embryo transfer on those mares, and these mares are young horses that come out of the line, the Bria line. So that is a line that we have used for many years. So that way we keep modernizing our breeding program and get the mares going for sport.
Okay. Willie, how many stallions are you currently developing for approval?
For approval, we have a 4-year-old, that's the Don Schufero Blue Horse Sac 007, and then the 3-year-old stallion by Benicio out of Cracksea, this is out of Alaska, and then we have the 2-year-old out of Yanda, that's the Koning, and then yeah, we just have the yearling. So those are the 4 stallions really that are gonna be prepared or are being prepared for
this September, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Willie, what percentage do you anticipate actually making it versus not being licensed?
I don't think you can put a percentage on it. You know, it just depends on where you start out with. You know, if you start out with a very select group, yeah, then your percentage is maybe higher. You know, if you start out of a huge group, yeah, then your percentage is low. So it's all based upon quality, but yeah, you need to be able to select yourself for stallions, especially in this country, to prepare them, because you got to start them when you present them already under saddle and everything. So you have quite a bit invested in it. That yeah, you do the pedigree evaluation by the KWPN, you can all do the X-rays. And I think when you have a stallion, or you think you have a stallion, and it should be a horse that if you look at it yourself and you say, wow, if I saw this horse and it's owned by somebody else, I would go breed my mare to it, yeah, or I would breed to it. So then you really honestly evaluate the horse. You know, you have breeders that are sometimes so critical themselves about their own horses that they always find something wrong, and you get also breeders that think their own horses are always the best. Yeah, so it's in order to select a horse, and your percentage, how many make it, has to do with all this in combination. Yeah, and as a breeder, you need that starting with the least amount and try to get a high percentage that make it. Yeah, and but that all has to do with the preparation and your homework that you do before. Yeah.
And Willie, I have a question. Someone's asking, like, how do you stay objective then about your colt? Like, some breeders become barn blind and they love their foals and they can't be objective about the true quality. So you say you have like some objective measures to look at, but would you also advise breeders to go and ask the KWPN or inspector, or how would you be objective about your colt?
You got to use every angle and every avenue that you can, and you need to obviously, if you're competing yourself, riding, and you're at horse shows and you see what's going on, what horses are scoring in the Grand Prix, the higher scores, then you know what kind of horse you need to produce in order to have a competitive horse 7-8 years from now. Yeah, so that's where you educate your eye, and but other than that, you need to use all the knowledge that you can gather, and otherwise ask people that you respect in breeding horses and selecting horses, and ask for advice. Yeah,
an honest opinion.
Yeah.
Hey, and Willie, let me see, I had another question. At the US Stallion Sport Test, do the other registries place as much importance on the mare line as the Dutch do, you think?
Well, I think they all do. I think each breed registry has the same goal. Yeah, each breed registry has the same characteristics, and maybe emphasize a little bit more on a few characteristics, but it is well known everywhere that the mare line is super important, and you cannot do it without. That those days are over, and so I think in every registry it's very important.
Okay, I have a last question for now in the chat. Oh no, I have 2 more questions. What advice would you give someone that is considering sending a 4-year-old stallion to the NASST? What preparation does he need to do? For example, he needs to be licensed first, right?
If you have a stallion that did the IBOP and the DigiBar Cup and did it technically correct, that the horse was correct presented, then that is enough training to do the NASST test as a 4-year-old. Yeah, so they're not asking for anything else than basic walk, trot, canter, and and just look at the rideability of the horse. So you do have to have your horse prepared correctly, but it's not like any different than the IBOP test.
Okay, and what one last question before we wrap it up, Willie. I got a question in. Someone is asking what your vision is on using like older lines, like older mare lines, breeding them to modern stallions, for example, or to bring in some older lines in your breeding program. What is your vision on that?
Yeah, that's all good. It's all, when you have an older mare line, then you have a lot of information what they have produced. So what they have produced, you can evaluate where you like to improve and what you like to change. So then you can select a stallion that does that. So you can be really focused on that. When you have a younger stallion, then of a younger mare, then you kind of need to experience what she's going to produce. Yeah. So all the lines are very good, and it's important that when you have an older mare, that you really check what he has produced. If you have an old line, but they haven't produced anything over 15 or 18 years, then then you know the chance you're gonna get one out of an older mare that's gonna be competitive at this point is probably pretty slim, you know. But if you have a older mare and mare line that's generation of generation has produced good sport horses, then it's a very valuable line, and then you can make that your foundation mare and get started. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Willie. I'm going to give the word again to Anna Biel.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity and all your work you did. Very nice put together.
Thank you, Willie.
Thanks, Willie.
Thank you, Willie. All right. Liz and I, the following day, went to Kimberly Farms in beautiful Stelmish. It's a moderate climate area, large agricultural area. And we had a really nice visit with Kim Von DeSerlo, Ben Stout, and Emma Irwin, going over her breeding program. Kimberly Farms, Kim is a KWPN-NA silver level breeder. She was the 2014 KWPN-NA Breeder of the Year. Mike and Kim both run the business. They had the idea of building the top-notch equestrian training and breeding facilities, and this has been one of Kim's lifelong dreams. Their facility is located on a beautiful private ranch in Somas, California. And Kimberly Farms has over 35 years of experience dedicated to producing talented and tractable performance horses. Kimberly Farms' breeding philosophy has been based on quality, not quantity. Kim has produced many award-winning foals and has sold horses that have gone on to winning careers with their new owners. Kim has recently changed and updated her business plan to emphasize training and showing top talented jumpers, particularly participating in the young horse events. This has included a partnership with Ben Stout and Emma Irwin to develop and compete in the young jumpers at major events. So enjoy the video, and we had a wonderful day there, and thank you to Kimberly Farms for having us there.
And I just want to point out that actually the day that the interview took place, Kim was granted gold level status. So she is now a gold level breeder.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Congratulations.
So here's the video. Thanks.
So today we're at Kimberly Farms in Somis. This is Kimberly Van Disterlo, and I'm here today with Anna Biel, the board member of the KWPN-NA. So thank you, Kim, for having us today.
Well, you're very welcome.
I'm very excited. So how did you get into the hunter jumper business, and especially the Dutch horses?
Well, I rode as a junior, and I rode hunters and jumpers. And in my mid-20s, I got this wild idea that I was going to buy a mare and breed her. And at that time, I reached out to Tish Quirk and was able to use her valuable insight and guidance and bred that mare to her infamous stallion, Best of Luck. May he rest in peace. And who's also, he produced several stallion sons. But my first foals were, the first four were Best of Luck offspring, one of which was a mare that I kept, and she was the foundation of my breeding program. I also have acquired Dutch mares, either within the United States or in Holland, and have continued to expand my knowledge of the Dutch bloodlines, etc. And so that's where we are today, and I think we'll talk about where we're going. We've done very well in curings and in sport with the prior product of what we developed in the last 30 years. I will say I've been a member since 1985. So one of the, not the founding members, but very close to it. It's the only registry I've ever used. I feel the KWPN gives superior customer service, definitely has a higher caliber of horse. I believe that the KWPN curing process utilizes a much higher standard in evaluating the horses for approval and for star accreditation, etc. And that is also what I am trying to mirror in my breeding program, to breed horses for the top of sport. And in that regard, I'll announce that I recently found out I am a gold level breeder for the KWPN, which is very exciting.
Congratulations.
And now I'll be working towards the platinum status.
Yay.
Looking forward to curing starting back up again once the COVID restrictions are lifted. I have a few promising mares that I'd like to present. And you know, we can talk about how I've changed my model from the prior broader market to a more narrow professional market. Our model has morphed over the years to now being primarily focused on breeding jumper performance horses for the top of sport. And in that endeavor, I have been very lucky to find 2 young professionals in the business who have a very ambitious and aggressive approach to being successful. And I would like to introduce Ben Stout and Emma Irwin, who are my partners in crime at Kimberly Farms now. And they've been instrumental in refocusing Kimberly Farms business model, and very excited about the future. And I, think that they can talk about what our plans are for the future a little bit more.
Yeah, and how you met? I'm curious how that went. How did it go?
Kim and I met over Facebook actually when I was still working in Holland. I saw some of the horses that she was breeding, and I didn't know people were breeding, those bloodlines here. So I reached out, we started talking, and it turns out, kind of when I was looking to come back to America, she was looking to make quite a few changes around here. Yeah, and Emma joined us about a year ago now. She worked in Europe for 4 years. So we've kind of morphed Kim's business from, breeding a lot to scale down the breeding. We've worked to increase the quality of the breeding and then bring in sale horses as well. So now it's a mix of both sales horses, breeding, and then producing Kim's ones that we decide to hang on to.
So Kimberly, who are we watching here?
We are now watching the mare Mistral, KF. She's by Etalon out of a Cambridge mare. Her dam produced 2 approved stallion sons that competed in Germany, as well as a 3-star eventing horse.
And you bred her in the Netherlands?
Yeah, she was bred in the Netherlands. I found the mare through Janko at VDL Stud, her dam, and she was already in foal to Corlin. I sold that Corlin colt in Holland, and then we bred her to Etalon, which is a stallion that I have always wanted offspring from. And fortunately, she was a filly, so she's a keeper.
Nice.
This one we'll keep for breeding. She actually did have an embryo transfer this year by the stallion Copycat Z. We chose to do ET with her because we are planning to compete her in the 5-year-old jumper classes, young jumper classes. In fact, she will be going to Thermal tomorrow and will debut in the 5-year-old classes next week.
So what type of a training program do you use with her development? How many days on the flat do you work her? How many days a week do you jump her? What's your normal program with a young horse?
So she was started later than the other 3-year-olds, I guess now, not 2 years ago. Most of the 3-year-olds, we bring them inside at the beginning of the year. When they turn 3, get them used to the walker, the turnout, grooming, all of that. She was started about 6 months later than all the other ones just because of her size. And at the beginning, as a 3-year-old, we ride them at the beginning, 1 day a week, then 2 days a week, every other day. And it's not till the end of the 3-year-old year that we start riding them more consistently.
Hey Kimberly, who are we looking at now?
We are now looking at Gnarly Girl KF. She's a coming 4-year-old mare by Harley out of a Chin Chin Portland mare. I bred this mare in Holland and imported her as about an 18-month-old. She was started last year by Ben. She's got a nice trot on her too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's, like I said, a little mare with a big step.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of small horses in the sport now, because it's, of course, they're getting more technical. They're
Be more rideable, more
absolutely
turnable. And
more turns. The time's getting tighter. There's shorter lines. There's longer lines.
I've always strove to breed jumping horses that can move well. As we know, the canter is the most important gait in a jumper. Also, probably likely in a dressage horse as well. I think we look at a lot of the same things in the canter, maybe not quite as uphill, but definitely we look for the power behind in the canter. It's not that we're necessarily looking for a small horse, it's a type. It's
Okay, a type.
Yeah.
That's athleticism in the horse.
and the ability to adjust in the canter is really important for a
And
jumper.
power.
And the power, yeah.
So how is braveness as mental aspect for jumping horses? Is that super important, or as you say, like you can earn the spooky horses' trust and make them better, or?
Yeah, there needs to be such a fine balance. You get a horse that's too brave and you lose the carefulness. You get a horse that's too spooky and you don't complete a lot of the courses.
The scale we always talk about, there's carefulness and forgiveness, right? So forgiveness, that's what you want in an amateur horse. You know, that no matter what, they're gonna go through the jump. If you put them at a bad situation, they'll go through rather than stop. That's what you need in the amateur market. But you know, it's very, very rare to have a horse that can do both. That's why it's a scale, because if they're all the way careful, they're not gonna be forgiving, right?
Taking the young horses to the bigger shows with the older horses is our approach to what the Europeans do, where they have a venue that could be right down the street and they trail ride their young horse down to get exposure. We don't have that, so we take the young horses to the big shows to get that experience. So when they do go to show, it's really a non-event for them.
How many foals do you produce each year still?
Well, we went from a high, or I went from a high of 10 to 11 foals a year down to 2 to 3. I mean, it depends on the year.
Yeah.
You know, in the last year, I sold several mares in foal. They were getting older, and it was time to sort of upgrade our breeding program. And we also look at mares that are currently in sport or had a sport record that may be available for lease for an embryo transfer. Again, the emphasis is on breeding the next generation for the top of sport. We always look though at temperament on our stallion choices and our mare choices, just in case the offspring may show plenty of talent. They may be not talent for the top of sport. We have the temperament for the very large amateur market in the United States.
So we run our business B Sport Horses out of Kimberly Farms. Kim makes up probably now 80% of our business. We spend quite a bit of time at the shows, anywhere from 25% to, right now we're gonna go for almost 4 weeks now, thermal.
It is known that the majority of horse sales at the higher end happen at horse shows. So it's important for our young stock to be at the shows, whether they're showing or not, because you have a captive audience for sales.
Yeah, so when we go to a show, maybe we have a 3-year-old, we don't show our 3-year-olds, but if we have the stalls, we'll bring them with us. Otherwise, they're sitting here. So we'll bring them, and then you have, the entire, we go to Thermal, we have the entire West Coast market at the same place to see all of our horses at once. So it helps a lot with sales. And we find the market really favors horses that are going and showing. So if you have a 5-year-old, it needs to be showing in the 5-year-old jumper classes. Otherwise, people just aren't interested if they're behind.
Yep. Hey, and guys, something else. The theme of our AGM this coming year, of this year in March, will be passion and knowledge. So I would want to ask you guys, like, where do you get most of your knowledge from? Where did you get all your knowledge from? You mentioned Tish Crook before, and
Oh yeah, in the very beginning,
Yeah.
sure. Just old school. A lot of research, a lot of reading. Reading the stallion programs when they came out. Um, Back in my day, it was asking for videotapes from VDL. But, now everything is right at your fingertips. I do utilize Ben and Emma for a lot of the research as far as sport records on potential stallion candidates or mares. They have their finger on the pulse of the mares that are out there possibly available that are in a field somewhere not doing anything, that had a great record and has been pensioned but maybe could be brought back for breeding purposes.
I think why our partnership works so well is, the three of us all have different experience in different things. Kim's done the breeding, Emma's jumped the top sport, I do the young horses. So we're able to kind of bring those three things together to make a business and a partnership that works really well.
and learn from each other along the way. Well, thank you guys. Thanks for watching this interview, everyone. Do you have questions for Kim? Because she's on the call and Ben is also on the call. Hey, Ben and Emma. Hi, Kim.
Hi, we're here.
Hi. Thank you for cooperating in this interview. And the long version is on the YouTube channel, so there's much more footage that we took there. Are there any questions for these breeders? Oh, I have one. What were you saying your schedule is for putting young horses in work?
Okay, so sort of, because we have the stalls, we'll bring them in at the beginning January of their 3-year-old year. Not to get on right away. Like we said, in Mistral's case, she's a bigger horse. She needed more time to grow, but we bring them inside. We put them on the walker. We start lunging them, maybe a Pessoa. But, it really depends on the horse, the size of the horse, the brain of the horse. But generally, maybe a third, a quarter of the way through the year, that's when I'll sit on them for the first time. I'll ride them maybe one day, throw them in the turnout for a week. I'll ride them another day, maybe throw them in the turnout 3 or 4 days, ride them again. It's very spaced out at the beginning. Not back-to-back work, because when they get sore, for sure they're going to that on the work. When that happens, it just makes it harder. So then throughout the year, when we're back home from horse shows, we'll start scaling up the work. Maybe halfway through the year, they'll be ridden every other day. But it's not till the end of the 3-year-old year that we're really riding them consistently. And that's because we shoot for Thermal at the beginning of their 4-year-old year to be their first show. So sort of when we get home from Thermal in November, we scale up the work so that they're ready to show in the next 3 months or so.
Okay, thank you, Ben. I have another question. Did you have any problems with the EHV1 outbreak in Thermal?
Yeah, so we were there the first half of the circuit. We were planning to go back. We came home on the off week. We drove home, and about 30 minutes into our drive home, we got the alert that there was a case of EHV1. So we actually got out just in time. The barn that had the infection was fairly close to ours, but luckily, at Kimberly Farms, it's a private facility, so we can come home and we're not exposing exposing our horses to other horses. So, you know, we put them in the barn, check their temperatures regularly, and make sure everybody's you know, healthy and ready to go. And luckily, we didn't have any personal effect to it. But obviously, you know, they canceled the shows going forward, which we think was a very good decision. And our next show will now, rather than going back for the second half of thermal, which would be right now, we'd be there. We're going to shoot for Temecula in what, 6-7 weeks.
So you're going to take a break now because of that outbreak?
Yeah, for sure. It's just not safe.
Okay, I have two more questions. One is, why did you, a question specifically for Kim, asking her, Kim, why did you downsize your breeding program from 12-ish foals to about 2 to 3?
Well, really because of cost. And I was not able to dedicate what I needed to production, you know, to produce the horses, develop the horses to their full potential. I was just spread too thin. So a decision was made along with Ben and Emma that we needed to scale down, focus on ones we really want to develop, and not so have so many mouths to feed.
Okay, thank you, Kim. That makes sense. I have another question. Do you focus now on developing all of your babies in sport first, or do you market and sell foals and young prospects as well before they get like trained under saddle and everything?
Ben, I'll let you answer that.
All right, so it really depends. Kim's husband, Mike, what he likes to say is the time to sell the horses when somebody's offering you money for it. And, you know, so everything is, you know, for sale. But now Kim has the infrastructure to the horses that haven't sold yet. We are able to bring them into sport. You know, occasionally Kim will choose ones that she doesn't want to get rid of, and we'll keep those longer, you know, without marketing them. But, you know, that's the nice thing about the way that Kim has set up. If she sells it as a full, great. If she doesn't, no problem. You know, we're here to get them started and take them into sport.
Okay, I have another question. Someone says, I noticed that many of Kim's horses are successful in dressage. They are Grand Prix and Prix St. George horses that in your batch that you produced, Kim. So do you think that is because you pick jumper stallions that are also good movers, or do they have like a good temperament also for dressage, or what do you think? Like, or is it both? Why do you think that you produce good dressage horses as well?
Well, I think that, yeah, that I always look for stallions that are good movers. I've only purpose bred maybe 2 or 3 dressage horses from jumper mare lines that had excellent movement. But mostly, I don't know. I think it's been a little bit of luck that that, you know, some of my jumper bred horses have actually gone on to have dressage careers. Dressage is a very big sport in my area right here. So I've had an opportunity to have dressage trainers come and look at my young horses and, you know, advise that, well, these things really move good, and they've gone on to dressage homes, not necessarily by my choice, but it seemed like that's where they fit. So they moved on in that regard.
Okay, yeah, I have a question myself, guys, I think, to wrap it up, because that's the last question I got. Do you also train horses like for just people in the area, or like someone anywhere else in North America? Like, can they send their young horse to you to train them and compete them, or do you only train Kim's horses, Ben and Emma?
Yeah, so we're quite selective about it. You know, we don't believe in the typical young horse mentality of people sending a horse somewhere for, you know, 30 or 60 days. I think that it's not fair to the horse. So people that are wanting to send horses, you know, we have one lady that we train that she goes to the shows with us and she trains here at home with us. We have another one that came in as a 3-year-old, just imported, came in. We got it started here and we've been showing it. So people that are really wanting to invest in the long-term development of the horse, we do take them. But yeah, nothing, you know, none of the 30, 60 days, you know, get it on their back, get it broken and send
exactly.
it.
So people could only do that if it's like more long-term.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you guys. I think we've got all the questions now. Thank you so much for cooperating with us on these interviews. It was awesome to meet you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So the next interview that we're going to broadcast for you is the last one for now. Then we'll have a short break and then we'll go on to the next items because we're running a little bit behind on schedule. I did a virtual interview with Bill Duffy and Aaron Fisher of Grand Finale Farm and Rocky Ridge Farm. These are harness horse breeders and they really like the traditional way of training and competing with fine harness horses. And that's like a really particular specialized way of working with them. And these harness horses are very, very well bred for many, many generations now. So we asked them about how they train them, how they prepare them for showing, and also if they wanted to take us everywhere with that in that process. Bill and Aaron have several stallions. So Bill has Macho and Athlete and Aaron has Globetrotter. So in this video, we focus on these stallions. So it became pretty awesome footage that they sent me and I put it together in my editing program. So let's enjoy some of it. Hey guys, welcome on this Zoom call. We're going to do a virtual interview today with you guys. We're very curious to learn more about harness horses. So we thought, let's go to William and Aaron and they will probably be able to tell us a lot about it. So thank you for cooperating with this.
Absolutely happy to help. Well, I'm actually a horseshoer by trade. That's how I make my living. Dutch harness horses are basically an out of control hobby for me. A little breeding program going now. I've got, we got anywhere 4 to 5 mares that we breed every year. And we have 2 stallions, Athlete here in the US, and I own Macho in the Netherlands with Robbie. She's in training with Robbie and Chantel and stands at the Mana.
So I'm a horse trainer is what I do. I own Rocky Ridge Stables and I do a lot of young horse starting, learning them how to drive. Then I like to prep for the currying and I do a few shows a year or two. And, yeah, I have a few mares that I raise foals. I have 3 Dutch mares right now. Try to get foals out of them every year.
And the first Dutch harness horse I saw in person was a horse named Tango. He was a Yonker son out of a Waterman mare named Katinka. Big chestnut stallion, big, tall horse, kind of that big presence. Back then, it was just the most amazing horse I'd ever seen. And that we actually bred that horse to one of our Hackney mares that my dad owned. And that was kind of how we dipped our toe into it. And then I went out to Indiana in I guess it was the February of 2010. And I brought a Patane mare bred to Opconort. And that was kind of the thing that sold me on it most. And I liked the mare, but that Opconort was always my, kind of my first, experience or first seeing these horses. So that's kind of how it all started. And she had a colt and raised him up and off to the races.
But what I like about the Dutch harness is their attitude and their hind leg is probably the thing that stands out to me most. Their suspension, just that type of horse is what I like. And from what I've seen as a driving horse, that's the only breed that has that to that extent and so naturally.
Who taught you guys how to drive? Like, who taught you that? Like, or did you just jump on a cart and just figure it out?
So honestly, for me, I grew up driving with like I said, I got my first pony when I was 3. So I learned the basics from my dad. And, it is difficult learning how to prepare and show and train these horses in the US. It really is. And I basically did it. I would go on YouTube and study videos of Hank Hammers and Robbie Van Dyke and, hands and watching how they prepare and what kind of equipment they're using. Even and so it has been a kind of a slow process for me. A lot of trial and error, a lot of, just figuring things out. Erin, actually, my wife is a dressage rider, and a lot of that, she's been helpful to me. And, I've always said it's taken me 10 years to learn what I know now. And I felt like if I had the opportunity to spend, 6 months with a real good Dutch harness trainer, I could have learned all of what it took me 10 years to learn in a much shorter period of time. But every barn I go to, I'm looking at what equipment they're using, what kind of bit they have, how they're doing things. And so, these horses are pretty unique in this country, pretty, at this point, rare in this country. And, when I see people that are doing things the way I aspire to do them, I ask a lot of questions. I look at what they're doing, and I'm a real visual learner. I like to just watch people and how subtle things, how they're moving their hands, how they're holding the line. I can tell you how different trainers in Europe hold the lines. You know what I mean? Just at its core, it really is its own way of training a horse, And I think it's because they have so much natural ability. You don't need to do a lot of the things that you might need to do to another breed to get that performance, get that show. I've always said, and it's always kind of my trademark. What I say to people, it's like, you don't make a Dutch harness horse show, you let a Dutch harness horse show, and it's a big difference,
Yes.
and that's really what that's been a continual kind of theme in my head. It's like you bring out what they already know how to do and already are able to do, and like I said, that's just it. You let them show. You get them fit. You train them well, and then you just kind of let them do what they do. And I think that's really important.
And we're talking about the showing now, right? Like the show in
Yes.
harness. Yeah,
Right.
because there are different disciplines for harness horses, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But to me, at their core, I think horses, they are a versatile breed, and Aaron's had a lot of success riding them. You can do different things with them, but to me, at their core, they're a show horse.
Show
A fine
horses.
harness show, and that doesn't mean they can't do other things, but that is my personal, like I said, it doesn't mean that, they can't be used in other ways. And we're actually starting to see a lot of Dutch harness horse, dressage type crosses that are being, used successfully in dressage. I do think they have other applications, and they are versatile in that regard. But to me, that my personal goal is to put a show horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, and guys, about the future, what do you think is important for regarding harness horses in the USA, North America?
I think for me in the US, one thing that I'd like to see is stressed more is kind of the emphasis on the breeding direction. It seems, like Bill said, I have a clear vision what you're breeding for and then go after that. And for me personally now, that's, the KWPN breeding direction is what I like to go for. So then if what I'm going to breed to, I think, well, you study the KWPN program. It has worked for a lot of years with using approved stallions, a tested stallion. So I'm like, why would I try to do something less if it has worked already? And also maybe a little bit more emphasis on the mare. Like the mare, in my opinion, has almost more value in a breeding program than a stallion. So we just need, people that study their bloodlines and study the horse and kind of put the puzzle together correctly, and not just, it's all, my neighbor has one, or my uncle has a stallion, or hey, let's, kind of use this one, do some research and try to do that. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess to me, I would like these horses to be more appreciated. Of course, I would like them to be appreciated for what they are. I feel like a lot of the market in the US is trying to change these horses to our market rather than appreciating the horses for what they are. And I understand I'm in a unique position where this, like I said, albeit out of control, is a hobby for me. I make my living shoeing horses. So I am in a unique position where I don't need to follow any trends. I have no aspirations to follow any trends. I'm going to breed and train the way I want to do it. I don't, that's just how it is, And I understand that a lot of people that are horse trainers may need to go different directions and follow different trends and follow different markets. But I would really, Aaron J and I are actually trying right now to start our own kind of show circuit that emphasizes a more Dutch traditional style of showing these horses, because like I said, I would just like them to see them, kind of appreciated for what, they came over to this country, in droves 10, 12 years ago, and everybody was, braiding manes and showing Liverpools. And I feel like we're just getting away from that a little bit. And it was interesting. I'm showing that lead at some of these events, and, I've had several people come up to me and say, man, I forgot how cool that looked, to show them that just traditional way, the braided manes, just that natural self-carriage. So I do hope that if we can get that more popular, get them kind of to be appreciated for what they are, that maybe people will come back to that, because I feel like, 10, 12 years ago, that's where everyone was as far as in this industry, and super enthusiastic and super excited. So I've seen people excited and enthusiastic about showing these horses kind of the traditional Dutch way, and I'd really like to bring that back.
That's the first step of showing a Dutch. The first step of showing a Dutch harness horse. Right here. What's that? What are we doing?
Cleaning the tack.
Well, the first project is to thin out the mane so that you have about this length. Because you don't want them too thick, then your braids get too thick.
Put a little bit of the wax in the mane to make it nice and sticky. Section off a small piece because we like a lot of smaller braids on these guys.
I have an example of our traditional Dutch show buggy. This one's actually made right here in Pennsylvania by Seymour Carts. It's a replica of the ones they use in the Netherlands. This is in your traditional black and white gear is kind of most common. So that's that. All right, here we go. This is the next step.
But you take this and fold it in half, and then fold it in half again, and then just put your band around that.
Yeah.
So you wrap around and tie it to a double knot, and you tie it like a shoe. And here we got this. So this I usually go about was about 3/4 inch, and just snip off. Just usually cleaning up the junk.
That looks pretty straight. Hey, stop turning around. We gotta check how straight you are.
Yeah, just keep turning your head.
Oh, look at that, like an arrow.
Oh. Yeah, this is the different styles of driving with using the rein. This is how I use the reins, is put all my pressure on the third finger there, and then you always want your loop on here so that your end of the line isn't hanging down.
And every Dutch harness horse needs an audience. There we go.
And what I want is for the head and the neck to relax and come down. You don't want the nose back tight against the neck. You want that kind of little bit out the front and down. When you start a horse, the first step has to come from the back leg. So that's what you want. Oh, now if I make him go, then I want the back leg to go. Come. See, his back leg was the first one to go, but it's very important that the back leg stays underneath and his back end drops a little more to do that. What I'm looking for here now is he has too much show trot for training. So what I want to get him to do is just relax a little bit and bring the head down and bend more around the turn.
Boys fresh in from their drive. So good. Was that fun, guys?
That was one of the cooler things.
At lead agrees.
I don't like to brag, but I'm pretty sure that's the first time this has been done in North America. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Proof stallions in a pair.
Well done, everybody.
Well, it's because of these two. And because of 75 years of KWPN breeding.
Yeah, right.
That's right.
That's why this is happening. So it's a long road here, but this is what you can get when you do it right.
Some
As
great
far as breeding
horses,
goes.
great horses and great drivers. Good job, everybody. Thanks so much, guys, for your cooperation. I think it's an awesome video. It really shows off the harness horses and lets us really enjoy how it is to drive them as if we're on the cart with you, on the carriage with you. Super cool. I see Bill and Erin. Hi.
We're here, yeah. Hi.
Hello, guys.
I forgot to bring the dressage rider with me too.
Good, good.
Yeah, we traded an Aaron for an Aaron.
Yeah, an Aaron for an Aaron. It's a little confusing. But I got a couple questions for you real quick. Can I ask them now?
Of course.
I have someone that asked, let me look back in my chat. Do you ever want to go do combined driving, Bill?
It's something I've dipped my toe in, and yeah, it's certainly something I would consider. It's a little more accessible. There's a lot more shows in this area, and frankly, you know, I think there's there's some overlap in the training. You know, so yeah, that's certainly something I would be. You know, I'm sure I will do that at some point. You know, but again, this is I got 2 young boys and a shoeing business and breeding business, and there's only so many hours in the day, and this is kind of my focus at this point. But I'm sure at some point, you know, I'll be dipping my toe into that.
Okay, I have a question from Anna. She asked if Macho is already available in the US with frozen semen this year. I believe he is, right?
Yeah, should be here. We actually, he came out of quarantine. He's got a quarantine in the Netherlands for, I think it's, you know, a month or so. It's just kind of, you know, to ship the semen over here. And the semen should be here within a few weeks. So we should have it for this breeding season. So, well, you know, via frozen semen, of course, but I'm sure he'll be here at some point, but for now he's doing so well over in the Netherlands. That's what it'll be for this year anyway.
Yeah, at least for this year, maybe another year. You don't know yet, but you'll let us know, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah. Yeah. So.
And I also wanted to emphasize, it was not in this video, but let me see. Yeah, I wanted to say that Atleet is a Cur stallion, and that's actually really awesome that we have like a fresh semen of a approved Cur stallion here in North.
Yeah, there's actually only 3 Cur harness stallions in the world, and there's one here, so it's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's awesome, guys. And someone made a comment in the chat that riding on a cart is not for the faint of heart.
Yeah, no, I gotta say, I mean, those 2 boys, Globetrotter's been in a pair half a dozen times, something like that. Atleet, to my knowledge, has never been in a pair. And in this video, you see their first few steps as a pair, and that's about as crazy as it got. So it really is a testament to the temperament of these stallions. They just put their head down and went to work, and it was, you know, you never quite know 100% how it's going to go when you put 2 stallions next to each other, but they couldn't have been better. They really couldn't have.
Yeah, they were awesome. They just went to work. Super
Yep.
cool. Well, thanks, guys. If there are any more questions coming in, is it okay if I just send them, forward them to you guys?
Oh, of course. Yep, absolutely.
Thank you very much. And the long version of your video is posted on YouTube, just like all the other barn visits. So
awesome.
Thank you again. And I think we're going to do a 5-minute break and then we're going to go to the next item.
Awesome.
Okay.
Great job on the video. It looks wonderful.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Bill and Aaron.
Of course.
Thank you.
Happy to help.
Okay, Kelly, we're going 5-minute break. Shall we say that we get back at 2? Well, maybe do we do 4:30 or then we're only 15 minutes behind?
I think 4:30 is okay. It's 9 minutes, a little more than 5, but.
Okay, let's go to see everyone again at 4:30 Eastern Standard. We'll get a drink and a restroom break.
Sounds good. See everybody at 4:30 or 2:30, wherever you are, even 1:30.
It's 4:30 now, so let's get started again with the rest of our program. I would like to give the word to Anna Beal. Anna, are you there?
There, finally was able to unmute myself.
I'll give the word to you for this part of the presentation.
Oh, thank you. Next on our schedule of the agenda is the highlights of the 2021 KWPN Virtual Full and Yearly Futurity. We had a very successful full and yearly futurity last year with over 100 entries and a payout of over $7,000 to KWPN-NA breeders and owners. We recognize the 5 breeding directions recognized by the KWPN-NA, which are the dressage horses, the jumpers, hunters, gelders, and harness horses. It was a fun and successful event and gave the membership the opportunity to showcase their foals and yearlings. We hope you enjoy the highlights that that Liz has put together of the top 5 foals and yearlings from each breeding direction in the futurity. So please start the video and enjoy it.
gonna go out and come back in.
Thanks for watching, everyone. It was a beautiful futurity. We really enjoyed it. I'm going to give the word to Tracy, I believe. Or is it Kathy?
I think it's Kathy.
Kathy's doing this.
Sorry, Kathy.
Yeah, hi, sorry. Yeah, I'm Kathy Hickerson from the Members Committee. I am going to present the special awards. We have 3 to present today. The Tony DeGroot Member of the Year, the Breeder of the Year, and the Performance Horse of the Year. And I'd like to say that I just heard that we had 353 people participated in the vote, so it was really good turnout for that. So I think are really good results. And we can go on to our next slide. So our Member of the Year is Bart Henstra. Before I tell you much about him, I'm sorry to say he cannot make it today, and he apologizes. He's really sad about that. But Bart earned his degree in agriculture and I'm not going to be able to say that name, Ragan. I think Liz has to help me with that one. But he's been a jury member since KWPN jury member since 2003. And he's been a regional inspector for 14 years for both Friesland and Groningen, if I say that right. And was responsible for, a lot of the same things that they do here as far as the breeding goals, province, and assisting breeders in knowledge and advice. He's been a member of the KWPN Re-Examination Committee for jumpers. That's where they relook at them again if they didn't make through this first time. And in 2007, he joined the jury here in North America. And in 2008, since 2008, he's been our leader in there. And he's been amazingly helpful to assist in all of our breeding programs. If anybody hasn't sat and talked with him or listened to him at the annual meetings, which he's always at, and we miss him this year for sure. He's done an amazing job. And so together with his partner, Patrick Adima, if I say that right, he runs Stall Henstra in Droghorn in Friesland. And so he's well deserving of this award. And we can go on to the next slide. And here is his certificate for Member of the Year. And congratulations to Bart Henstra. We're so sorry you couldn't make it. Next one is the Breeder of the Year is Deborah Harrison. And I think you've all heard a little bit about her already. She started her breeding program in 1982. She is a platinum breeder, which is your highest level you can get with a KWPN-NA. And she's bred a record 369 KWPN horses over the past 35 years. I don't know if she's the most bred of all of them, but that'd be interesting to go look at. But she's done 31 star mares, 3 cur, 1 elite, 3 preference, 7 Prostati mares, and 1 crown. Yeah, so that's just amazing. And so 49 of those are doing in FEI Sport, 16 at Grand Prix, mostly in dressage, but she does have also a Grand Prix jumper out there, Pacanone, or they call him Paco anyhow in the thing, in the FEI. So he was ridden by Richard Spooner, and so he's done very well. It's interesting to see one go off on a different direction. So her predicates, she has got 46 dressage predicates, 2 jumpers, and 1 hunter for sport predicates. So she's been an amazing for sport. She's proved 1 approved stallion, Isamare Ikepauno by Vosmare. Many horses she bred are still in, all over in the breeding programs. I think, like Josh mentioned, many of them have gone off to other breeders and doing well there, and she's been a huge influence of the breeding here in North America. She's retired from breeding this past year, but she's very deserving of this Breeder of the Year award. And I think, is Debbie still on? Congratulations,
Kathy,
Debbie.
Kathy, Debbie asked me to receive the award for her, and she wanted me to tell everybody that she is very thankful. Everyone that supported her over the years and that has brought her horses to Grand Prix and took her horses in the sport and bred with them. Many good horses were produced with her horses, and she's very thankful for her award that she wanted.
Great. Yeah, sorry she couldn't make it. I know she was on in the beginning. But the next slide is her certificate, which will be sent to her. And congratulations. We can go on to the next one. And the performance horse of the year, and this one is just so close to my heart because I love Farrington, but and this is sponsored by Iron Springs Farms. Thank you, Iron Spring. And it is Tiara. She's a Farrington out of Jalimba, who's by Bazoon. Bazoun. I was thinking it was a Bazoun. Okay. Anyhow, she's a 2000 Gelders mare. She's a cur sport, and she at 22 years of age, she's still going Grand Prix, which is amazing. Her breeder is Klaus Christians in Middelburg, Netherlands. We did try to invite him to come to this, but I don't think.
Yes, he is.
Is he here?
Yes.
Oh, good.
His owner,
awesome.
Tiara's owner is also on the call, and Tiara is also on the call.
And Tiara is tacked up, and if you want to see her, she's all braided and beautiful, and I can walk my computer out there when you're ready, just so you can see her.
All right, and maybe right after this, if as long as everybody feels we have time, I think that would be
I will be
fantastic.
so fast.
Okay.
Just let me
Anyhow,
know.
that was Rebecca Lord, who is now the current owner and rider of Tiara. And just to give you a little information on her, if you're ever looking up the FEI stuff, she's actually under.
She's on. She's on the call.
Yeah. Yeah, she got her own thing. Yeah, that's great. She's won many CDI competitions, Pan Am games with riders, with I think 5 other riders.
Exactly.
Mike, I'm not going to pronounce all their names, but I did talk to Mika, which I guess her name's written in there twice somehow, but I did talk to her once when I was looking at that, and she commented on the mare. She was a super fun mare, a rocket ship, always eager to work, lots of power, very brave, and a puppy dog in the barn, which I guess we can hear from Rebecca on her thoughts on that too afterwards. Rebecca and Tiara recently won the Region 1 USDF championships at Grand Prix, and this is 21 years old, which is just amazing. And it's just an example of a soundness and good temperament, an accomplishment that deserves this award. Congratulations.
Thank you. That's Tiara under Aurora Putman. She's outside the barn with one of my grooms. So that's her. That's the chestnut at the top. I can run out, and I'm happy to answer any question. She's just a dream, and she's amazing, and she touches everyone who meets her.
Hold on there for you. So here's your certificate by her.
Thank you.
And congratulations on that. And we have one more special award for you.
Oh my God.
She is getting the crown predicate. She, I think it was 213th. I didn't remember to write that down. And the crown predicate goes to horses that are in North America that are in the top three, that have been in the top 300 of the World Breeding Federation for Sport Horse horse rankings. And she was ranked in that at her, her peak of her career. So congratulations. This is a very special award, and not too many get it. So
thank you. Well, she's 1 in 10 million, and she's amazing and an eternal flame, and just she uplifts everyone around her. I love her dearly, and she's invincible. She has that spirit of invincibility, and it never ebbs.
Super. Is the breeders online? Does he want to say anything?
Let me see. Let's see.
I have a lovely picture of him. I've never met him.
Well, hopefully he can comes up. Yeah, I'm sure this is a very special for him too.
Oh, he must be thrilled.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find him.
There's Tiara. You keep seeing Tiara under Aurora Putman. That's Tiara outside the barn.
What is your plans for him now?
For Tiara?
Yeah.
Well, she's officially retired from any campaigning, but she is still sound and she loves her job. So I practice different parts of the Grand Prix for about 4 days a week and trail ride 1 day a week. And if it feels right, I will take her to a show, but all the goals and the campaigning, I've surrendered those because she's more than fulfilled her promise and the dream of having her. So we're just keeping her fit and healthy, and I try to give her as many people to boss around as possible.
Great. Are you going to breed her?
I was asked that many times, and I passed on that when she was a little younger. She was still competing. So I don't have any plans to, but she is still coming into heat. So the door is not totally closed. But no, I've just been enjoying her and taking care of her, and she had an amazing last few years of competition, and I actually retired her in 2017. So these last 5 years have been, she came back in 2019, so the last 3 years have been a complete gift where she has exceeded any normal expectation that could have been put to her.
Yeah, great. Congratulations. Did we find the breeder?
Yes, it's under Ina Gideonse Christiaanse. It's Klaas Christiaanse's daughter and himself. He's now 94. They are both on the call.
Oh, great.
You can see them under Ina Gideonse Christiaanse in the on the little videos. Ina, kun je ook unmuten? Kelly, can you unmute them maybe? Oh, there they are.
Yes, she did.
Yes. Hallo Klaas. Hallo Klaas, gefeliciteerd.
Hi. Oh, I don't see him. Oh, well.
I'll just spotlight it for everyone. There he is.
There he is.
Oh, hi.
Ze willen je zien. Ja.
Yes.
Ben je trots, Klaas? Are you proud?
Ben je trots? Tuurlijk.
Ja.
Ik heb nog een paar mooie.
Heel mooi.
Ik heb er nog een paar jongen.
Ah, that's nice. He says he has a couple of younger ones from his program.
Oh, wow.
Uit dezelfde familie, hè?
From the same bloodline. So if anyone's interested.
Congratulations.
Tiara, no, toward me. Hi, love, Tiara. Tiara's right behind me. Tiara,
Klaas.
girl. That's
Die
Tiara.
Rebecca gaat nu naar Tiara. Ja.
Yes. Come
Nou,
on, Pumpkin. Sorry, Mike.
geef er maar een
kneel
kopje
so you
van,
can
hoor.
see her. Good girl.
Je kunt Tiara zien nu, Klaas. You can see Tiara now.
Can you? There she is. Tiara.
Ja, geweldig.
There you go. She says I'm missing turnout.
Ze mist je. Oh,
There she is.
dat zou best
Aurora.
kunnen.
Let's see. Aurora, can you help me? Let me get on the other
Roe-
side, Richard. There she is.
Roe heeft altijd een wortel van me.
There. I know. Pumpkin.
Klaas says he always gave her a lot of carrots.
Yes, well, that has continued through her life in America.
Ja, maar dat gaat in Amerika door. Oh,
ja.
Zo.
Andy asked if she ever had any foals, and I think not.
No, not to my knowledge. Not
No.
with me. I've owned her since 20. Oh, honey, don't.
No.
I've owned her since 2016.
Of ze veuletjes heb gehad. Nee, nooit. Was geen tijd voor. Ze deed zo goed in de sport.
Yes, she never took a break from showing.
Exactly.
Maar ik heb wel van een zus van haar.
Yeah.
Een broer.
Well, who knows? It might not be too late, guys. We just had a
Yeah.
presentation about ICSI and stuff, so maybe consider that.
There you go. Tiara girl. Tiara. There she is.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for this incredible honor.
It's so awesome that you were all on the call. It's super special to us. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Many blessings.
Congratulations.
Thank
Congratulations.
you. We're very excited. We have a big cake for Tiara. We're about to eat.
Well, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Good
Yo.
girl. Good girl. No need to talk. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank
Girl,
you.
good girl.
Okay.
All right, we have
Klaas, we gaan er weer mute hoor. Hartstikke bedankt dat je er was. Thank you so much.
Hartstikke leuk geweest.
Ik stuur het filmpje naar jullie toe. I'll send you the video.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. So that was nice, guys. I think we had our whole program now, haven't we?
Yes, that pretty much concludes our AGM meeting. And I think we're ready to start the virtual happy hour. Oh, actually, Megan,
Wait.
do you want to announce this?
Oh, go ahead, Anna.
Okay, well, next year we hope to be able to do it in person, and we will be doing it at Sonnenberg Farms in Oregon. I'm sorry, and Dan and Gina Ridover will be the people that will be presenting it, and hopefully we'll have Dr. Ryan Ferris again. But we're looking forward to it. Hopefully, we can do it a real meeting and not have to do it virtual. And we're looking forward to seeing Dan and Gina, and we really appreciate them offering to host us, and it'll be great. So that should conclude our AGM meeting. And we
Thanks
can go on
everyone for watching.
yes, thank you, everyone. Now we can go on to our virtual happy hour and we can all relax.
Well, I just want to say thank you to everybody, to all the members that attended and to all of the people that helped make this happen. I hope we'll see many of you next year at our 40th anniversary, which will be pretty exciting. We'll try to keep, if you have any questions that we couldn't answer today or you didn't think of them, just email the office and Kelly will direct the questions to the right person. But thanks again for supporting us. We know it's a little bit awkward sometimes with the videoing, but I think our team did a fantastic job. And I really want to thank the AGM committee, the MC committee, and the rest of the board members for everything they do day in and day out to help make this organization run in such a nice way.
Really good job, everybody.
Yeah, it was. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. It was very fun to work together on this AGM.
Thank you, Liz. Great job.
Good job, everyone. Thank you so much, Liz. You did so much.
Thanks, guys. I love my job.
Right there with you.
I think we have a different link for the happy hour. Is that true?
No,
Actually, just the page. Just show the page,
Oh.
Kelly.
I'll just stop recording now, guys. Bye.
Bye.